There we go. Do, do. I did turn the music down a little. Okay. Okay. Advertisements should all be out. I really need to... Where's that? I'll take care of that later. Okay. Should be everything advertised. So let's see. Last time we were doing this... stretch. Oh, shit. Last time we were doing this... First of all, I still need to get fucking Flawless Run. But last time we were doing this, we did, let's see, was Bryce's bad ending. So I have that, now all I have left is Anna's bad ending, which I'll be doing, hopefully getting today, then Remy's bad ending, and, Evil. My body is sore today. I did not get good sleep. I went to bed way too fucking late. Also stream, because of how, for whatever reason, the usual capture thing that I use to try and capture the game, or games for streams, doesn't detect angels with scaly wings properly. So I have to use a separate capture, and the scaling is all off compared to everything else. So it looks a little weird. Hooray, chapter 1! Okay. Oh, shit. I woke from uneasy dreams looking at an unfamiliar ceiling. Just for a moment, I wondered where I was before the events of last night all came back to me. After a good stretch, I looked around the room, illuminated by the sunlight coming in from the window. Outside in the distance, the portal I had emerged from proudly stood at a peak of the small hill. It's been a long time since I last started, or did a restart like this, so... Getting ready, I noticed something lying on the table. It was the note Remy had left for me in case I had needed anything, along with his own home phone and work number. There were also some numbers for delivery of food and other necessities, as well as emergency and even janitorial services. He had certainly thought of everything, even though I now had to wonder what a dragon plumber might look like. Hi, Volk! Hold on, I need to copy... paste that into here. Okay. Hi, Volk. How are you doing? I saw that Cume was doing Pacific Drive. Pacific Drive. Cume's doing Pacific Drive today. There we go. Okay. Dragon Plumber. Dragon Plumber. Do Dragon Plumbers lay pipe? My musings were interrupted when the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, I was met by another dragon. Is this Lorem? Lorem? No, don't skip ahead. Or maybe it's Sebastian. It's Sebastian. Okay. I kind of almost didn't stream today, but, you know, I may as well. I need to keep on doing Angels with Scaly Wings. Hello. You must be Wolf. I'm Sebastian, and I'll be your escort or security, I suppose. Usually I work for the police, though. Nice to meet you. Some pizza delivery, Dirk. Yeah. Pizza sounds nice, honestly, but no. He seemed a lot smaller than Remy, and when he somewhat nervously extended his arm towards me, I noticed he apparently only walked on his hind legs, the two forelimbs instead having distinct arms, hands, and fingers. Yep. But today we're doing Anna's ending, and I believe the thing with Anna, sort of as a spoiler, I believe she has cancer. Is her thing. And from what I've seen, she's hard to please. So I wouldn't be surprised if I fuck this up, don't get her bad ending, and have to do this all over again. The one from the beach scene. No, so if you've remembered some of my previous playthroughs, she's the one who takes your blood at the beginning of, she takes your blood towards the beginning, or offers to take your blood. We haven't seen Anna for a while. Just because I haven't done much interactions with her. She's the reddish pink dragon. She's not the flyer, she's not Banana Durg. And she wasn't at the barbecue. No, not the banana one. No, we've already done the Banana Durg's bad ending, so we don't need to worry about her right now. Let's kiss his hand. pu- 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 Okay. But yeah, not the banana one. When I took his hand into mine, preparing to kiss it, I could feel the individual bumps and scales on his rough skin. Ooh. So fun. So fun. Nice to meet you too, Sebastian. So, where are you taking me? Straight to business, eh? We're going to visit the plant where they are making your generators. They have some news for you, so I've heard. Or so I've heard. Reza will be there too. Sounds great. Just follow me. Hopefully I can get Flawless Run here too. Oh, I just... On my end, stream had a bit of a struggle there. While we walked, I was under the impression we were purposefully avoiding the busier parts of town, instead straying towards the edges and small alleys as to not garner too much attention. Even then, we got the occasional stare. After just a couple of minutes, we arrived at our destination, where we were met by Reza, as well as yet another dragon, a vicious-looking beast that didn't stay too close to him. Maverick! I think I gave him a vaguely evil British accent. I was so evil. Yes. I drive a jag. Yes, yes. Hey. Reza, long time no see. How true that is. Good to finally see another human face around here. What a coincidence to have you, of all people, show up. Yeah, I guess those degrees aren't so useless after all. By the way, who's your friend? Just my bodyguard, same as yours. Don't bother with him, he doesn't talk too much. It's Biddy McChomper. Bitey McChomper. True. He looks grumpy. It's what he always looks like. Yes, that doesn't mean he's always grumpy. The two dragons exchanged a few words, and I met the gaze of the larger, tenebrous dragon, a few paces from us. Sebastian turned towards me and spoke up again. Hey, Wolf, this is Maverick. Nice to meet you. Yeah, whatever. Just don't expect me to give you any special treatment like everyone else. Yes, and we'll be good. What are you talking about? So you're saying you haven't noticed the stairs and how they all treat you like you're the next messiah or something? No, I just thought. We're not the ones making a big deal out of this. Oh, shut up. We're just here to get what we agreed on, and we'll be gone. If anything, I'd actually prefer if you left us alone. But you're the one who insists on following me around wherever I go. A growl escaped the larger dragon's trembling lips, and he bared his teeth at Reza. Alright, that's quite enough. Let's just all go inside already, shall we? After you. I'm gonna try and go just a little fast, because I do think we've definitely done this a few times before. The crisis was quickly averted as we entered the building, which was characterized by its many floors, high ceilings, and long, narrow hallways, as Sebastian led us towards our destination. I don't remember what voice I gave her. It was a feminine voice, but it's been a long time. There you are. I was waiting for you. No, that's a Dean. A Dine. I'm not very good with female voices. Female voice. Fuck. It's been so fucking long. There you are. I need something a bit less wispy. There you are. I was waiting for you. Yeah, so this is the one that we're gonna work on today. I'm gonna work on her bad end. Wait a minute, I thought we were going to meet the guys from production. What are you doing here? They're only coming in later today, so you'll just have to make do with me. I see. Well, Wolf, this is Anna. She kind of manages this building, though. Though actually she's more involved with the research ring rather than production and engineering. Whoops. Nice to meet you. My pleasure. I have something for you, by the way. It'll take them a while to take all the generators we promised, but we've got one for you here. Feel free to send it home and give it a test. Fuck you, Reza. Fuck you. Looks a little small if you ask me. Don't underestimate its power. Oh, and do be careful not to drop it. Sure, I'll be waiting outside while you do your thing, Wolf. I suppose I'll wait for you outside as well. What thing? Oh, have you brought the PDA? Of course, here you go. Alright, now to give this thing a test run. The PDA lit up as her hand swiftly moved around its interface in calculated motions. By the way, would you consider letting me run some tests on you as well? It would only take a drop of your blood. What? Why? I work in biology, so obviously this kind of thing would be very interesting to us. I'd share the results with you, of course. Sure. I normally get squeamish. Blood draws are not fun for me. I don't do well with needles. Great! Bookworm prescription. Blah, 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 blah. Hold on. Oh no, it's this one. Okay. She was quick to produce a small device from a drawer from which a glance reminded me a lot of a test tube. Now if you'd give me your hand, please. Ah, fuck the back. The back of your hand seems like such a shit place to do a blood draw. Whenever I've gotten blood draws, it's always been from my arm. Usually my lower arm, I think. Or is it my upper arm? Or am I mixing my lower and upper arms? The upper arm for me is towards the shoulder, and the lower arm is towards the wrist. As I reached out to her, she took my hand into hers before she pressed the device into the back of my hand. I winced as pain jolted through my hand. Something sharp drove itself through my skin, and shortly afterwards, a droplet of blood was sucked in. That's a small amount. Sucked into the tube and attached to the small needle. Thanks. I'm already feeling a little squeamish. Holy shit. You're welcome. It looks like your PDA is good, by the way, so we're just about done here. And since we're both in biology, I didn't know we were biologists, or at least I'd forgotten. It could be interesting if you want to meet me some other time as well. Here's my number. Alright. See you soon. Well, that was interesting. Did she ask you for your blood too? Yeah, did you give it to her? Yes. Oh well, it's your choice. I've got no idea what they might do with it, though. I'm getting hungry. How about some breakfast? I'm all for it. I can stand early mornings like this. That shouldn't be a problem. Blah, 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 hungry. I'm going a little fast. That settles it then. Save some time and skip to the investigation. I'm not gonna skip ahead. But I am going to use this. Can't stand that guy. Maybe he just likes you a lot. We were approached by an individual who appeared to be the waitress of the cafe. Oh, it's the humans! Wait, where? That's a good one. Yeah, what can I bring you for today? Scrambled eggs with bacon. I wish they had hash browns. Banana. Exactly. I like Adine. I love Adine. Adine is so fun. But we are going to be going a little quick through her section, though. Sure thing. 2 scrambled eggs with bacon coming right up. This is supposed to be completely separate plates from Earth, or even in I don't think so. Yeah, I've noticed it too. Probably listening to us right now. He doesn't seem so bad to me. There you go. Thanks. You're welcome. I was wondering what kind of breakfast, blah 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 blah. Something, no cutlery. How nice of you. Banana. I think I'll stay home for today. Blah blah blah. There we are. Home sweet gnome. Home sweet gnome. Well, if you need anything, I'll be outside until my... I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, see you tomorrow. See ya. Thought I better... Okay. I found the kitchen fully stocked with plenty of groceries, though the variety was wasted on me. I hadn't been a particularly great cook in the first place. But what was more, I didn't even recognize some of the things I found there. Whether they were edibles... I'm just thinking weed edibles. With how that is phrased. That we had back home that I just didn't know about, or something completely alien, I wasn't sure, but I didn't want to take the risk of eating anything I didn't know. After all, it was possible that some of the comestibles, I've never heard that word before, might be fine for them to eat, but still be poisoned. Whoops. I was also glad the shift was books. Sure. Okay. I think we have Lorem! It's Lorem! It's Lorem! We get to meet Lorem! Hello there. Would you please sign here? I'm not signing my rights away with this, am I? Get you a little bit more slack. Oh, just one sec. I need to check something. Can you hear it now? Ah, shit. Okay. That was weird. Um, yeah, apparently it was. Uh, yeah, so on the back of my new headphones, I have a button. Um, and even though I'm not using the mic on the headset, if I push it in to mute the mic, it also mutes this mic. As in the mic that I actually use, the boom mic. Um, no, I've kind of just been skipping a little through through this part of the game. But no, I didn't get a phone call. I did have to I did bring in a package, but I think you were there for that. Um, maybe. But that was quick, like 30 fucking seconds. I'm not sure how that got turned off. That got pushed in either, because I don't remember pushing in the button. Um, Good catch though. I'm wondering for how long that was pushed in too. Ah, fuck, that's embarrassing. Good, you all right? I think I'm right. I'm I'm Bryce. A good 10 minutes. Ah, fuck. Well, there's no going back now. Rezo shot Maverick. Voice over the VOD. I don't have any editing software to do that. If he wasn't on mandatory sick leave, he would be suspended right now. Maybe we both acted in the heat of the moment. Maybe. This could lead to it. Maybe Reza will show up soon and we can get all of this behind us. I hope so too. I really wouldn't want to jeopardize everything over this unfortunate accident. Yeah, how about we just both keep quiet about this whole thing for now? After all, I don't think any of us want our people panicking about this already, right? I merely nodded in agreement. Okay. I think we should be getting to the first investigation soon. I want to get fucking Flawless Run. Eventually we arrived at the police station. Whoop. I didn't intend to do that. Eventually we arrived at the police station where the chief took my formal statement in regards to yesterday's events. He asked me about Reza and Maverick too. Not that I knew much of anything that preceded yesterday's events, or the mysterious catastrophe Reza had mentioned. Afterwards, he thankfully left to file my statement while I sat by his table, waiting and listening to the goings-on of this small provincial town police department. When he returned, he was approached by someone who seemed to have urgent news. A lot of talking between the two ensued that I couldn't make out from my position. This went on for a bit until Bryce returned to me. Afraid I have more bad news. Okay. Afraid I have more bad news for you. Reza has now officially become a murder suspect. I switched the box. Wouldn't you like to know? To be fair, I do as well. Murder. We're headed to the crime scene and hope you'd come with us. Me? Crime scene? I don't know much about forensics. It's just that you're the only link to Reza we have. Considering what he said would happen to us,
It's in all of our interests that we find him as soon as possible. And if he has anything to do with it, you might be able to help us find him.
I think I need to not use skip through the investigations, so...
Your cooperation would certainly be appreciated, and it would be a nice gesture to show that you're trustworthy in the eyes of those who might think otherwise after what happened yesterday.
Will you help us? I will. I suppose I don't really have much of a choice here, but you're right. We've got to find Reza, and if that's what it takes, then I'll do it.
Very well. Let us go, then.
I wonder if I also need to do all of this in one sitting. On our way to the crime scene, he tried to prepare me for what would come. I had studied biology, so I was familiar with the sight of dead animals. Asking myself how similar this would be, I wondered if my reaction would be any different if it wasn't a dragon, but a human corpse I would be seeing. When we arrived, we were met by Sebastian, who gave us an overview of the whole situation.
This morning, the victim was found by a delivery flyer for a restaurant.
Blood loss from multiple wounds are the likely cause of death. Forensics was already here, so feel free to poke around. A few paces in front of us, the unfortunate victim lay on the ground, covered by a sheet that concealed the body, but not the large red stain beneath. We approached while Sebastian went off to deter any curious onlookers.
I know it won't be pretty, and I'm sorry for putting you through this, but you know what's at stake here. Just remember what I told you and you should be fine.
Alright.
Are you ready?
Yeah, fucking sure. Stabby, stabby.
What do you think?
Well, he's definitely dead.
Yeah. Rip.
I forgot about this, but now I remember. This is certainly something to say.
Let's just say this will be your test, and tell me what you can deduce from what you see. Give it your best shot.
Investigation, start! 2 wings, 2 legs, just like the waitress at the cafe. About as big as a human lengthwise, if not just slightly taller. The wingspan would certainly look impressive at that size. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. The wounds are kinda hard to miss.
True, but what are they telling you?
They were inflicted with a sharp implement. They're clean cuts. I'm bad at doing reading fast. They're clean cuts, like from my knife or other sharp instrument.
That is true, but why does it matter?
It could have only been someone with hands.
That's right, only those of us who walk on 2 legs have the proper dexterity to wield the knife effectively. Most other dragons would probably just bite instead. Of course, this rules out most bigger dragons and flyers. But then, Reza still has his... what was it called again?
You mean his gun?
Yeah, if it was him, why would he kill someone with a knife rather than just use his gun on him?
He did not want to make any noise. After all. He ran away from Maverick, trying to hide from the police. Something as loud as a gunshot would have easily given away his position and alerted the others in the area. Right, that could be a good reason.
By the way, which one do you think was the lethal one?
The one on his neck.
That's right, if all of the blood wasn't a giveaway, this is a stab wound.
No shit.
Characterized by a rather small footprint. You can tell it's also the deepest one, and from the location it's pretty obvious this must have been done tremendous damage. What else do you see?
Well, there's a lot of blood. He was hemophiliac. He died here. Otherwise there will have been a trail we could follow. The splatters also suggest this is where they fought.
That's true. Unfortunately, it doesn't help with determining who the perpetrator is. Objection! Excuse me? Sorry, I just always wanted to say that. Go on, please. Highlighting there. What about the blood on his muzzle? You tell me. He fought back. It might be the perpetrator's blood. Yeah, that's true. I expect forensics already took a sample of it, so it might actually help us determine who the perpetrator is. I think that's about everything. Investigation over. You know what, kid? I'm impressed. Maybe we should have you around here more often. Hey, Chief. Do you still need the witness here for anything? Sebastian approached the dragon who had discovered the body earlier. I recognized her as Adine, the waitress from the cafe. She seemed distraught, which, given the situation, wasn't very surprising. I don't think so. Take her to the department and get her statement written up, and that should be it. Sure thing. Alright, miss, we're going to have to take you to the department. Of course. When she spotted me, however, her composure brightened visibly. Oh, it's the human! Well, I'm a human. Well, I'd call you by your name, but you never actually told me it. It's Wolf. What are you even doing here? Do you work for our police now? It looks like it. Maybe I should call you officer then. I don't think I'm quite there yet. By the way, I didn't know you also did deliveries. I do a little bit of everything, really. That's nice. I loved my scrambled eggs yesterday. If you like it so much, why don't you take our number? We could deliver something to you next time if you don't want to come in. Thanks. Sorry, I guess we should get going. Bye! Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Banana dirt! What do we do now? I suppose we'll head off too, unless... Oh no. What is it? Homicide! Of course nobody told you. You're on sick leave, Maverick. Mandatory sick leave, I might add. I'm not here in any official capacity, you see. I am merely enjoying the a curative walk in the fresh air, and happened to come across you by accident. What do you want? I don't want anything, I just find it interesting that no one tells me about this. You're on fucking mandatory sick leave. We already explained this. But the prime suspect's body can... Oh, buddy, not body. Buddy can mess with the investigation, I see how it is. I know what you're thinking, but don't jump to conclusions here. I don't need to jump to conclusions. I think the dead body we found says it all. You really have an attitude problem. You know, if you weren't on sick leave, you'd be suspended right now for attacking Wolf yesterday. Do you even have any idea what kind of repercussions that could have on us all? Me attack Wolf, as far as I can see, I'm the only one who's injured here. Besides, I'm so sorry for apparently being the only one who's doing his damn job. Right, let's just all sit idly by while the suspect's on the loose and planning his next move. You know what? Oh, you know what? Whatever it was Rosa was talking about, he was going to tell me just before you showed up yesterday. I don't need to hear you, of all people, belittling me about this. What's your problem? If anything, I want to find him just as much as you do. Don't compare yourself to me. Your words mean nothing. Whoops. Bump the mic. Enough. You shouldn't even be here. So you better go now and get some rest before I have to take disciplinary action. Fine. But when we find him, you'll see I was right. If I have to prove it myself, so be it. Can he even just do his own investigation like that? Actually, I need to check something. Achievements. Do I have... No. I might try to get Teetotaler, or not. I might not. Look at Anna's. I'm trying to see what else I can do. These are the ending achievements. Utterly pointless achievement. Do a thing. Okay. Well, as long as he doesn't interfere with us, we can't really stop him from doing things in his own free time. I see. I suspect he won't adhere to the standards of performing an unbiased investigation, though. He has already made up his mind. It's clear to me he won't be looking for facts, just for evidence to support his own view, in order to prove it to us or himself. Who knows? He's always been like that. He's a shitty fucking police officer, then. Always something to prove. We'll have to be careful. He'll be looking for Reza soon enough. Actually, I should check status. I don't know how to check if I'm gonna be along the way to Flawless Run, so. Whoops. Come on, there we go. To be fair, I might too, overlooking. Yeah, if I was shot. Yeah, that's exactly why he wouldn't be on the case even if he wasn't on sick leave. Don't worry, Reza will turn up eventually. I surely hope so. All things considered, I had to admit it remained a possibility that Maverick was right. But could the Reza I really knew be a murderer? He fucking is. You know what, if you think of something that might help with the investigation, or if you need anything else, just call me. I will. Well, I think we're done here. Let's go. Bryce led me back to the apartment. I had an afternoon to fill. I'm going to meet with Anna. She told me to meet her here, so she's got to be around somewhere. The production facility had many different wings, covering everything from research to processing, in addition to production. It was easy to get lost if you didn't know where you were going. I'm gonna do a quick pause. I think this. I mentioned. I think when fuck. I mentioned when my mic was muted, that I was going to cook something up between about 45 minutes and an hour, and this seems like the perfect time to go and heat something up to eat, because I am a little bit hungry. But it should be quick. All I need to do is I need to pop it into the little oven thing that we have, and then I just wait for it to finish. So, be right back. This will take me like 2-3 minutes. Maybe 5.
Okay, I'm back. I am heating up frozen burritos. It's gonna be the Feast of Kings. I think later tonight I'll probably make up something for dinner that's a little bit more substantial. Because I would like some leftovers to try and eat for the rest of the week. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Mac and cheese. I should really for my next grocery run, I should probably get like packages of mac and cheese. That I can quickly whip up, and then I can dump some like a can of chili in with it. Have some good chili mac and cheese. That or get all of the things that I need to make chili mac. The production facility had many different wings covering. Oh yeah, I already did that. I heard some commotion in the distance, and when I approached, I was surprised to see not only Anna, but Remy as well. They seemed to be in the middle of a heated conversation. I thought it would be inappropriate to approach now, so I remained several paces back, out of their field of vision, but still close enough to be able to make out their words. We've heard rumors. Rumors? I think this is a good voice for Remy. A little kind of nerdy voice, I think. Not quite Lorem, but more of just a nerdy, somewhat nasally voice. Kind of like this. We have heard rumors. And then I need to remember her voice again. So you come to me on the basis of rumors? Is that how you operate? What do you want from me? This is not the first time you've been in trouble, you know. They might not be so lenient with you this time. I don't know what you're talking about. Consider this a warning. You should proceed carefully, for your own good. If you wanted to threaten me, the least you could have done was send someone more intimidating. You may be larger than I am, but even I can see you're just a big coward. You wouldn't dare put your dirty claws on me. I wouldn't. I'm here as a courtesy to you, not to threaten or intimidate. Do with that information whatever you wish. You know we'll be back, and if they find anything, there will be consequences. Do you think I care? This attitude of yours is not helpful. Neither are you. Damn. Well, I've said what I came here to say. Good luck. Whatever. Remy turned to leave and started walking in my direction. I ducked behind a pillar. I think she's doing some unethical research stuff, which is what they're trying to get her for. So, nothing stands in the way of science. And when he went past, I wasn't sure if he'd seen me. Either way, he left, and I was safe to approach now. Don't skip ahead. As you wish. Hey, Anna. Hey, Wolf. Wait, how long have you been here? Not very long. Not that it matters much anyways. This is just par for the course for me. I know, Remy. What's the problem? The nerve of that guy. He probably wouldn't be so uptight if it wasn't for that thing with his girlfriend a few years ago. But I don't care about him. It's his superiors that are the problem. They don't like me and the research I'm doing. They cite their traditions and values, claiming that those are what have kept us alive for so long. If anything were to change, it would obviously fracture the base this society is built on, cause it all to collapse, tear apart families, and allow all hell to break loose. At least if you believe those old-timers who keep repeating these phrases. And all that nonsense because of my research. Valuable research that could save lives, mind you.
I wonder if it has something to do with live experimentation. I don't remember exactly what she's doing that's getting on their bad side. What kind of research are we talking about?
I could show you sometime, but we're here to have fun, right?
I thought you wanted to show me, since you said we were both in biology and all that.
Sure, but after doing this all day, you'll have to excuse me for not wanting to talk about it even more. Wasting my time with that guy was just another setback. Not that I don't already have more than enough work to do. Even right now, I'm supposed to be working overtime.
Guess you can give me the tour some other time, then.
I will. Oh, and thanks for the blood, by the way. The results aren't in yet, but I'll let you, know when they are.
Good, I'm just as curious about the results as you are.
No, you aren't.
I am. I am way curiouser than you are.
Curiouser? Is that even a word?
It is, since an author popularized its use where I came from.
Then I am way more curiouser than you are.
Not if I am the curious. Word. Curiousist. I think it's curiousist. How curious are you folk?
Excuse me for a moment, but I must weep for the English language. At this rate, why don't you say you're the most curiousist?
Worcestershire sauce. Curious sauce. Curious sauce. It's like Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire. Worcestershire. She keeps going. I'm not sure. I am not a linguist, are you?
Not exactly, but I have a way with words. My tongue is quite skilled, or so I hear.
That sounds like a euphemism.
Some might even say cunning, cunnilingus.
Work. In any case, if you have to work overtime today, I feel like that's a euphemism, but it's not. That's not the intention. So, in any case, if you have to work overtime today, does that mean I should wait for you, or do you want me to come back another time?
Neither. I think my break should start right about now.
What a lucky coincidence.
It is, isn't it?
So where are we going?
I don't know where you are going, but I think I need a coffee, or 5. You can tag along if you like.
It would be my pleasure.
We'll see if it'll be mine as well. I hope you brought your own money, though, because I'm not sharing.
I didn't, but everything I purchase is taken care of by my ambassador status.
Nice. Actually, that opens up some very interesting possibilities.
It might, but I'd rather not do anything too fishy. I don't want to raise any suspicion, you know.
Good point. Well, let's go then.
After you, milady. Tips fedora repeatedly. Milady. Oh god. That's fucking stupid. There we are. Finally, I can't wait to get some coffee into my system. Well, hello, Wolf. Nice to meet you again. Hey, who's your companion? Can you just take my order? I apologize. Let me try that again. Welcome to our establishment. My name's Adine, and I'll be your waitress today. What can I bring you to? I'll have a coffee. Thank you. And what can I bring the esteemed gentle person on the other side of the table? Bring me a beer. No. I've tasted beer once. I didn't really like it. I'll also take a coffee, I think. Just a soda. No, I'll take a coffee. No problem. I'll be right back. What's her problem? I'm here to order something, not chit-chat with the employees. I think she was just trying to be friendly. I guess I'm not friendly, then. Here you go. Enjoy. You don't have to be a prick, Anna. I totally needed that. So you work in that facility. And your point is? What's your job there? I mean, what do you do exactly? Well, all kinds of things. Truth is, we just have all kinds of specialized machinery. That was awkward. The truth is, we just have all kinds of specialized machinery there, which is used by many different people for many different purposes. The building is owned and run by the council, who oversees the schedule. Excuse me. It's quite handy, since you can go from research to testing and even manufacturing all in the same complex. I started out as a researcher in biology, which is still my main job. But I've been there so long and learned the ins and outs of the building so well that eventually I was asked to take over some managerial duties. Sure, it means more work, but it also allows me to run a personal project every once in a while. Does that suit your curiosity? I've only seen glimpses, but it already sounds like a fascinating place. I'm not sure I'd go so far as to call it fascinating, but it surely does give me a lot of opportunities. I forgot to ask you what you actually plan to do with my blood and the test results. What is this, an interrogation? Yes, totally. I can call your lawyer if you'd like. Maybe I should tell her you hit me, then sue for damages. Excuse me, princess. Alright, I'll finish my drink quietly then. I don't want to fuck this up. I think I need, hold on. Come on. Where is that? Interrogator 2. Where is that? Okay. I see, I see, I see, I see. Okay. If that's what you prefer. Sorry, I'm just stressed out from all the work lately. I'm not getting much respite between my regular work, overtime, personal projects, and other disturbances like that Remy sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. What do you usually do during your free time? Having a good work-life balance is very important, you know. I love my job, I really do. Actually, I love it so much that even in my free time, I still do things that have to do with biology. As I said, I've got the opportunity to do my own projects sometimes, so that's what I focus on when I get the chance. It would be a shame to pass up an opportunity like that without using it. With the current influx of work, I rarely leave the facility if I'm not eating or sleeping. Even right now, I'm only on break and have to go back for another shift. Maybe you should do something else for a change. Maybe, but right now that's not really an option. It would help if the council weren't constantly sending their lackeys to mess with me.
So that wasn't the first time?
No, I suppose I'm on their watch list or something.
Why is that?
It's a long story, and not for a first date.
So you're saying this is a date?
No, I'm saying that even if this was a date, which would be more than whatever this is, it wouldn't be very appropriate. Stories about work aren't very romantic.
It's always about work with you. Come on, you're on break. Maybe we should do something to take your mind off all that for once.
Like what?
I'm not sure. Do you have any other hobbies?
Not really.
Hey, waitress.
How can I help you?
Do you have anything here to entertain your guests? Okay, that's nothing important right now. I received a ping. Boop, boop, boop. Do you have anything here to entertain your guests? Any games or other distractions?
I'm not sure. Let me go check. What exactly are you trying to do?
Just wait and you'll see.
The anticipation is killing me. Actually, no. It's boredom. It's more for the kids, but we really don't have anything else.
It's fine. Thank you.
Have fun. A board game? Really?
I know it's not, Nizki's textile merchant, but I suppose it's better than nothing. Food done, food done, food done, food done, food done, food done. Be back quick, be back.
Textile merchant? Nizki?
It's a game. Never mind. To be fair, I've never heard of that game either. It sounds maybe like Settlers of Catan, but probably not. Definitely not like Settlers of Catan, but that's the closest thing I can think of.
Well, I'm not convinced that this will accomplish anything, unless your goal is to make me regret this day.
Seems to be a trivia game.
Do you have good general knowledge?
Do you even know what kind of advanced knowledge? Knowledge. Knowledge. I have to memorize and work with every single day? You bet I have good general knowledge. Certainly more than enough to beat a foreigner like you.
If you're so confident, maybe we should make a bet.
And what do you have in mind?
Let's say if I win, I'll get to go on a real date with you. No fitting me in during your break, no complaining about everything, and no acting as if you're doing me a favor, especially because it was you who wanted to meet me in the first place.
And if I win, I'll have you come in sometime so I can run more tests on you.
Come on. There we go. If that's what you want, so be it.
Let's do this then. Since it was your idea, it's only fair that I start.
So, how does this work? Seems to be pretty simple. We take turns drawing cards and asking questions until we both asked a number that we agreed on beforehand. Whoever gets more right in the end wins.
How many questions shall it be then?
How about 5?
Let's make it 3. Not sure how long this will take, and my break won't be for too long either.
Alright, go ahead then. I saw mischief in her eyes, her stare piercing, paired with the hint of an arrogant smirk that exposed her anticipation. She seemed confident that she would win and loved every second of it. Slowly, her hand went over the deck of cards and drew the topmost. Round 1.
Who is cited as one of our most important historians, his work spanning over 200 books, or 20 books, excuse me, not 200, credited with mapping out her entire history since the beginning of sentience.
I think it's Scaly, but I will make sure.
It is. How could you even know something like that? You have only been here for what, a few days?
Maybe you shouldn't underestimate me.
Maybe.
Let's see how you fare with your first question.
Bring it.
How far can you walk into the woods?
Only until the middle. Anything after that and you're walking out of the woods again.
You're right. That's a rather weird question, though.
I suppose I read the right kind of books growing up. I know most of the trick questions.
Let's see what the second question has in store for you, shall we?
Oh, shall we?
That was hers. Round 2.
Alright, if there are 5 ackables and you take away 3, how many do you have?
I'm gonna say 3. Yep.
Guess you also know your trick questions.
Apparently so. Okay, here's your question. In which year of our timeline did we gain sentience?
0. The beginning of our timeline marks the event when we gain sentience.
Right. Have you played this game before?
It's a children's game. These questions aren't really a challenge. I'll just go ahead and draw the next card so we can end this.
Round 3.
An adventurer who values his life has to choose between 3 rooms to cross. Which of the following would be the safest? 1. A room filled with poisonous gas. 2. A room filled with 100 highly trained assassins. 3. A room submerged in water and filled with alligators that have not been eaten in 8 months.
None of them.
That's right, all the rooms are equally deadly. Alligators can go up to 2 years or even more without food, making 3 as deadly as the others. The other 2 rooms should not require any explanation. At least according to this card, to be honest, I think the answer is debatable. Don't worry, I'll still count it as right answer for you. No need to get your own tail caught in a door about it.
I have no tail.
Looks like this is going to be the last question.
Just get it over with already.
What is the approximate acceleration speed of a nose-diving flyer?
I'll have to think about that one for a minute.
That feels like... This feels like a Monty Python reference. What is the approximate airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Type question. I was just kidding.
I still could have calculated that.
Okay, here's the real question. What is the only substance known to be lighter in its solid form compared to its liquid state?
Water.
That seems to be correct.
Of course it is, duh.
Well, it appears to me that our game has ended in a tie. What do you propose?
I so we both get our rewards. After all, we each made a good effort to get them.
That's fine with me.
I don't have a spot in the facility to do the tests for a while, though. So I suppose next time we meet, it'll be a date.
Don't forget what I said earlier about what I expect from you on this date. You better be on your best behavior.
I'll try.
Thank you. I'm starting on the burrito. Or one of them, rather. I think they've cooled down sufficiently. Still a bit warm. Still a bit warm.
In any case, I should head back to work. My break is about over.
See you soon then?
Of course. And I'll make sure you deliver your part of the deal. See you soon.
Despite all odds, I managed to match her perfect score in the game we played. Even though my bet of forcing her to go on a proper date with me was more to get back at her for her earlier rudeness. I had not expected this outcome. I was not even sure what I expected from this meeting in the first place. But now I was locked into going on a date with her and being her own personal guinea pig. Whether anything good would come of this, I wasn't sure either.
I should meet with Lorem.
I went to the bar Lorem had suggested as our meeting place. When I looked around, I saw Bryce sitting at a table, talking to someone I couldn't see. I lingered on him for a second, but soon spotted Lorem in the corner of my eye.
There you are.
Hey, Lorem. I'm gonna skip ahead. This is just to spend a bit of extra time, so... Don't worry about it. I'll just consider it a public service.
Honestly, I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity, especially after nearly getting denied by Sebastian when I met you.
Just make the best of it. I do think I want him... I want to do his dates because I want Lorem to still be alive for Investigation 3.
I certainly will.
I really have to get going now, so maybe I'll see you some other time.
Sure, have a good night.
Take care. duty.
The burrito has finally cooled down enough. Don't skip ahead, because I imagine I have to do, I imagine I have to do an investigation. Very good music. Another day. Hey, dude. A lot of the music in this game is just very good. Another day, another morning. I awoke from dreams filled with fire and smoke. The sun shining through my window gave me a comforting feeling of familiarity, despite the portal in the distance reminding me of my purpose here. I looked towards the horizon, my view undisturbed by dividing walls. The light of the morning sun was painting the sky with golden hues, a view that had become a rarity back home. It evoked a feeling of freedom and openness that was almost scary to me. While I got ready for the day, my thoughts strayed to the people I knew back home. I couldn't help but wonder how they were doing. But I had greater things to worry about at the moment, like Reza, murders, and generators. How much danger was I in, really? That fucking ding-dong. That always gets me,
Hey, Wolf.
Hey, Chief, more bad news?
Not quite, unless you count Reza still missing his bad news, but that's kinda why I'm here.
Well, what is it? Excuse me. Burrito.
Just some good old-fashioned police work, and we're counting on your help, again.
Whoops. Whoops. Sure, sign me up.
Great. We obtained a list of places Reza visited in the days before he vanished. We'll check those out, maybe find a lead, and you might help us understand his motivations, or give us some context to his actions.
I can certainly try.
I'm sure you'll do a great job.
That's reassuring.
Are you ready to go?
Sure, let's go. Interrogator 3 is chapter 3. I think Interrogator 3. Visit the production facility and ask Anna all the questions. Okay, so this will be Investigator 2.
There's a couple of places we can check out. Let's see where we should go first.
While Bryce focused on his list, I saw someone approach out of the corner of my eye. A closer look revealed that it was Sebastian, waving his arm in an attempt to get our attention as he ran toward us, his face grave.
There you are, Chief. I was looking for you. What are you doing here? Don't tell me there's another dead person.
100%. I'm starting on burrito number 2.
Sorry, Chief, there is. Damn. Guess it's going to be one of those days. Yeah, looks that way. Someone else can take care of that today, though. we've got other plans. You'll need to sign off on a few things at least. I know. We'll go to the crime, sign a few forms, and then we're out.
Let's... I think I just need to not do this. If I go through this a little fast, though, like, if I don't use this and just click through this, I should be fine. I'm angry. What do you think he wanted?
To do his own investigation. Like the prick he is. I'm Bryce. I hide things in my picnic basket, but I won't let you know what they are. Maybe it's a nice dragon sausage. You got your flashlight, always. You should go first there, I don't have my stuff here. Plus, putting on that head mount is such a hassle.
I remember you complain about it every time it comes up.
You stay behind me, Wolf, alright?
Okay.
I hate stairs.
I don't mind stairs. You have good legs.
Damn you and your articulated knees. How could I not? It wasn't that long ago.
Blah, 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 blah. Underground base.
Yeah, the portal wasn't the only piece of ancient technology we found. There was this whole lab near it. Seems to have some high-tech stuff in there. At least that place didn't have many stairs.
So you not only found the portal, but a whole facility along with it.
Yes, but we're not sure how much the two are actually related.
Dirt got no knees. I think they have knees, but it's something to do with how their knees are anatomically structured. Because it's not like damn your knees, it's damn you and your articulated knees. So I maybe Bryce's knees don't have the same like movement capabilities as the others.
We spent all that time studying the portal and barely got anywhere with it. This stuff is just beyond what we know.
Delicious. Here we are.
So what exactly are we looking for? Whatever's causing the power outage, if we don't find the cause, we should at least be able to get the backup running.
Looks like the generator is gone.
Mystery solved.
The sound of creaking metal penetrated the stillness of the room.
I looked above towards the source of the noise as it grew louder, and in the next instant I was pushed sideways and fell to the ground, just barely avoiding the giant light fissure that fell from the ceiling and shattered into countless pieces alongside me. Wolf, are you alright? The next thing I saw was a hooded figure standing above me, barely visible against the darkness that permeated the room. This admittedly looks a little scary, so I'm just gonna hold my head above them. The figure crouched down next to me, its mask hovering right above my face. Merely a whisper reached my ears when it spoke. Be careful, Wolf. Then the figure dashed towards the stairs. Where are you going?
That's not me.
Don't move! She's going up the stairs. I'm on it. I didn't see that chair coming. I can't see a damn thing in here. Here, Chief. I hate these stupid stairs. Blocking the way. Just go around me.
There's no room. You're as wide as the stairs are. No, not the chair. Oh no, poor chair.
I can't help it. Damn it, we'll never catch him now. I finished the second burrito, by the way. I've now had my fill. By the time we found our way back up, the mysterious figure was nowhere to be found. We've got a long search ahead of us, and with a head start like that, there might be no end to it. We have to take our chances as long as we still can.
Maybe. It depends on the Durg. If it's a small one that can run like Sebastian, there might be a bit of a problem there. I think someone like Sebastian would be able to follow you upstairs.
Except that the chance is growing smaller and smaller while we wait for the team to arrive.
What even happened out there?
Right, Wolf, tell us everything in as much detail. I heard noise, light fixture, someone pushed me. You mean Reza.
I'm not so sure of that.
Didn't you see him?
Whoever it was wearing a mask.
It bloody well can't be someone else. So let's not kid ourselves here.
I definitely think if they can fly as well, that might cause a problem. Though, in a confined space like that, flying might not be as practical. It really depends on the environment that you're in.
Wait a minute, when you were down there, didn't you refer to him as a she?
Did I? I don't know. Maybe you just heard it wrong.
Maybe. Why would he wear that whole getup, though?
I don't know, some sort of camouflage?
Good point. This whole thing doesn't make any sense. Let's take a step back and look at the bigger picture. Your earlier theory about what happened was pretty sound, Sebastian. Let's go with that and add the bit about the generator being stolen. So now, the question is, who has a motive for stealing a generator? Reza. Right, who else would need to steal a generator when those who live here could either buy one or simply request one? Not to mention, Reza was the one who arranged the diplomatic trade for the generators in the first place. I can't deny the fact that your generators are pretty important to us, but resorting to murder? We all saw the human figure running away.
Why would he have stayed here? Why would he remain here if he was the one who stole it? The generator was already gone when we got here, and the person in question wasn't carrying it either. Perhaps this is a case where the criminal has returned to the crime scene.
For this kind of crime, I'd say no, but who knows? Maybe our rules just don't apply anymore.
What do you mean?
No offense, but ever since you two humans arrived, there have been a lot of strange things going on. This place used to be a quiet town.
So you think it was Reza?
Honestly, things aren't looking great for him right now. It's still our top priority to find him, but after what we've seen here today, I'm not sure what will happen when we do. I just don't want to give you any false hope, you know.
I see.
Police team will be here any minute now.
Search takes priority. Sure thing.
Great. Here's the list. Considering your status, you shouldn't have any trouble in these places, but if anything happens, call me and I'll check up on you later.
Wait a minute, you mean I'm doing this all by myself?
All of us are going to be busy with the search, and we can't really afford to spare someone right now. You'll be fine.
Aren't you worried I'll do something fishy? Fishy? I mean, isn't that why Reza and I were assigned police escorts in the first place?
That policy was mostly Maverick's fault, and he's out of the picture. With my authority as chief, I say you can go alone. I already know where you're going, and besides, I trust you. If you were in cahoots with Reza, you would have run off with him when you had the chance.
Good point.
Oh, I see the team approaching. Guess you should go get going.
Whoops. Alright, I'll see you later then.
Good luck!
Investigation 3. It was a relief. Something. Paper. Ugh, that's creepy. Oh god. My earlier encounter with the masked person tattoo park, someone like Bryce tried to do something like that, I would have noticed. Tattoo park. List of places, a grocery store, production facility. Certainly gonna be a busy day. I'm going to visit the grocery store. I've done this a few times.
Hey man, how you doing?
Who's he talking to? I think I've seen her before.
I'm sorry, but this prescription is expired. I can't refill it. Hello, Wolf.
How can I help you? Do you remember?
It's only been a few days since it was last year. This sounds a little, you know, what he bought. This is every time, both. He's been visiting pretty regularly.
Interesting. I can look up his purchases. That would be really helpful. Shouldn't be too hard. Just give me a second.
Here you go, receipts from all his purchases. Well, that was easy. Since our government takes care of all his purchases, they're relatively, it was simple to pull them up.
Looks like he bought food. Sometimes magazines. Why was he buying lemons every single time? I can't say that I didn't notice, but
I figured it was just a human thing.
Strange. I don't think he would need that many lemons from secret messages, unless he was sending a lot of secret messages.
You're welcome.
That's all. Visit Tetsu Park. Can I have donut? I want a donut here, too. Look at the map. I think I want to head north towards Tetsu Avenue. Open the hatch. On the middle covering of the hatch, there were 2 buttons, which are situated to the left and right of the circular lever. The arrow on the lever is pointing up. Bandage. Check the map in Tetsu Park and go north. The bandage is under the hatch. You can find the button counterclockwise. Press the first button. Press the second button. Turn the lever counterclockwise. I did this a while ago. I looked down to see the maintenance tunnels for the underground drain system. A pale object starkly contrasted against the pitch-black backdrop. It's a cloth with suspicious red markings all over it. I guess that's all to be found here. What achievements do I not have from here? I have Archaeologist, I have Landscaper. I found the orb before. Is there, Investigator. There's one of these. There's one of these. I think it's like the Politician. Oh, I need to have seen. Well. Politician. Interesting. Okay. That's something I'll have to do later. But I don't think there's anything else here that I have to get. I did Interrogator 1 at one point. Okay. Examine the fallen leaves. Oh. Go back. Mispress.
Search the shrubbery.
Okay. Search the shrubbery. Dirt. Read the sign. Follow leaves, follow leaves. That sounds like it's supposed to be a song, but I don't recognize it. This park is dedicated to our creator, to whom we owe our sentience and existence, as it is our duty to remember. This place honors them every day with its beauty, and grants a place of recreation and contemplation to all of us. Billy Talent.
If you post it in the Discord, I might give it a look later.
Look at the map. Stay in the central area. Stop searching the park. Fallen Leaves it's the actual song name. Okay. The afternoon sun hung low in the sky, and I decided it was time to report my findings to the police. A brief call to the department, and I was on my way to an appointment with Sebastian. No. As you wish. I'm not sure. Whoops. What do you want from me? Answers! Okay, start talking.
Why? What is your call? Why come here?
You wouldn't understand.
I don't get why you can't be Maverick. Even if I did, I don't have proof. What difference does it make? No one's gonna believe me. Do you wish to kill me too?
I would never do such a thing.
Is that so? Why would an ambassador need such a tool in the first place?
Too late for safety precautions at this point. You could have hidden one anywhere.
That hurt.
I imagine it did.
But even worse than that was getting thrown aside by Bryce. I trust him, but after what happened, he doesn't trust me anymore. Now there's only you, the mythical, the special, the new. How much I wish I could make him see what I see. I could have saved the world with what I did that day.
Don't have any proof.
But I won't stop until I find some. And when I do, I'm gonna be a damn hero. Vengeance!
And with that, he was gone. Maverick's word keeps finding their way into the back of my mind. I couldn't decide how to feel about them. I wasn't even sure if it was worth mentioning to the police, since all he did was make vague accusations. It wasn't anything substantial to be considered a real threat. However, his actions were growing more calculated, and he seemed very sure of himself. I wondered about what this could amount to. But that wasn't the problem at hand. More like problem at paw. Or claw. These wouldn't have paws, they'd have claws, the dragons. Hey, Wolf! Hey, Sebastian, I thought I'd meet you at the front desk. What are you doing in Bryce's office? He does have a nice office, doesn't he? And the chairs are comfy. Is that the only reason why we're in here? The dragon gave a brief chuckle. Let's say that any information pertaining to this place is important enough to warrant some privacy. I see. Will Bryce be here anytime soon? I don't think so. He's still outside looking for Reza. And he's not the kind of person who gives up easily. Sounds like him. That's Bryce for you. Once he sets his mind on something, he sees it through to the end. That's why he's our chief. He gets things done. At this rate, it doesn't look like we'll find him today. He could be anywhere, long gone, beyond our reach. What do you think? I don't think he's going anywhere. He can't flee to another place. No matter where he goes, he'd be recognized immediately. In the end, his only way out is the same way he got in, the portal. And he can't use that without someone noticing. Very astute observation! I wonder what will happen to our trade agreement now, considering Rez is still missing, the murders, and the stolen generator. If Reza really is the murderer, then don't do that. What? Worry. You don't know what's at stake here. People are dead. Thanks, Sebastian. So what did you find? I found bloody bandages and receipts. done. That should be Investigator 2 done. Now I just need to get Investigation fucking 3. In any case, thanks for your help. We really do appreciate it. You're welcome. That should be all then, since Bryce still hasn't come back. I assume the search is still going on, and I better get there and help him. Guess it's going to be a long day. Can you find your way back to your apartment? Of course. Alright, I'll see you later. Good luck. Whatever am I going to do? Update you. I just wanted to update you. I still don't have an open spot in the facility for your tests, but I'll be free if you want to cash in your reward. You know I'm busy, so this is your chance for your date. If you even still want to go through with it, take it or leave it. I don't care much either way. In any case, you know where to find me. I guess the choice is mine. Does that not... Ah! There's an achievement that you can get for having 2 messages on your answering machine at the same time. And I want that achievement. Do 2 of the main characters and get them both impressed status. Okay. Achievements are status. Impressed, good. Okay. So I need Lorm to be impressed then. In that case. I will meet with Anna. So I can do the date. Impressed and Curiouster sauce. Curioustershire sauce. Fucking... Please. There we go. And just on time. Now, where is she? Hello? Looks like a message. Something came up at the last second. Wait for me. It shouldn't be too long. Anna. Guess at the last second is meant in a literal sense here, or else she could have just called me. Guess we're playing the waiting game then. Okay, it's been like an hour and my patience is slowly but surely running out. Wait. I've already waited this long, so I guess I can wait a little longer. I'm not sure who the world record holder for the most patient person is, but now I feel like a contender. Still no sign of her, though. There might be an achievement I can get here. Let me check. Try to get into her lab. Alright, I'm gonna score myself some sweet lab equipment. That's the least she can do for making me wait. Or maybe I'll just wait inside. Standing around here is getting rather tedious. Pushing the door does nothing, neither does pulling. Guess I'm out of options here. Hey, what's this? The corner of an envelope noticeably sticking out. Ticket. Pulling at the corner, I was now holding the envelope in my hands. Well, I gotta pass the time somehow, right? Let's see. Dear Anna, appointments for the next month. Treatment plan. Dr. Valledo. I probably shouldn't be looking at this. Quickly, I put the letter back into the envelope and push it through the gap in the door. Envelope looked at. You looked at Anna's envelope. Better not let her catch you. What are you looking at? Your beautiful door. Where have you been all this time? Reading comprehension must not be your strong suit, because my note clearly said I'd be back soon. Note to self. The word soon now refers to a time span of over 2 hours when waiting for a scheduled appointment. Has it really been that long? It certainly didn't feel like it. Alright, sorry for making you wait.
Oh, come on. There you go. Losing track of time happens to the best of us.
It happens to me all the time. I guess we missed our movie.
Can we see the late screening or something?
That was the late screening. The theater's closed now.
Maybe we should reschedule.
That won't work, at least not for me. Today was the only day I could leave early. I won't have another chance anytime soon.
So, what do we do now?
Maybe the coffee place is still open. I don't know.
I guess that's better than nothing.
Closed as well.
That's just peachy. Why do you keep working so late anyway?
Because what I'm doing is important.
I understand wanting to see things through to completion. How long have you been working on your current project?
Not long enough to finish it.
It's not good. You're going to burn yourself out.
So what?
Is your work really worth jeopardizing your health over? You're not going to help anyone if you're dead.
If I don't finish this, no one else will. No one else can. Besides, I was only late today because I got your stupid blood work ready.
You have the test results?
Yeah, want to know what I have to say about them?
Definitely.
Okay, how much do you know about genetics?
A little bit, I guess.
Don't worry, I'll put it into words that are easy for you to understand. To start off, I found out that, on average, about 90% of your genes are homologous to our species' genes. That may seem like a lot, but to put it into perspective, about 50% of your DNA is also shared with fruit.
It was tasty! The blood? Delicious. Blood.
To further elaborate, you and your human neighbor back home are probably around 99.9% genetically similar. If you compared the various sentient species we have here to each other, they would only be around 95 to 97% similar.
Blood. Clearly she's a vampire.
As for what exactly all of this tells us, although a match of 90% sounds like a lot, it's not as much as you might think. Still, for two beings from a different world altogether, that's quite remarkable. Beyond DNA, the big similarity between us is within the brain structure. But that's not surprising, considering our high-level cognitive abilities.
That'll surprise Maverick.
What do you mean?
He doesn't seem to like humans very much. I'm sure he'll be displeased to know how similar we are.
Oh, he doesn't like anyone, really. He's just like me in that way.
Yeah, you two would make a great couple.
You're a little late for that. I'm already his ex-girlfriend.
Wow. Really? How did that go?
Not how you might think. It actually went pretty well, for a while at least.
Does this mean she's older? Like, the vibes I get is she's in, like, maybe her early 30s, late 20s. And Maverick seems like he's in his 50s, 60s. I expect a substantial age gap between the two. I'd think even, like, a Dean would be closer to her age, or his age. Probably, fucking... She'd be like, she's 95. Oh no, I'm dating a gilf.
Not how you might think. It actually went pretty well, for a while at least. But in the end, we both got too absorbed in our jobs until we realized we had drifted apart too much and agreed it would be better if we just broke up. I still respect him for the work he does. I mean, we even used to solve crime together. I'd be in the lab running tests, and he'd be out in the field chasing after the perps. Those were good times.
I guess nowadays he just chases after me.
What?
I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say that. But if you know him, maybe you can help me out.
I certainly can't help you if you don't tell me what's going on.
Okay, but this is just between us, alright?
Sure, whatever.
Maverick is convinced that I'm the accomplice of a crime. He made a point to tell me that he's searching for proof to legally arrest me, or worse.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about that.
Really?
It's nothing. He can't find proof that doesn't exist.
Still, it doesn't feel nice to be threatened and stalked, especially by someone like him.
That's just him. He gets way too into it once he sets his sights on something.
I noticed.
It's his job. What do you expect?
I wish he'd just leave me alone.
He wasn't always like this, you know. A couple of years ago, he was assigned to this one case.
Flashback.
He was still relatively new on the force, young and eager to help. Then reality came crashing down on him. There was a serial killer who shook up the whole town. The victims were apparently eaten. We later found out that the killer's actions were the result of a degenerative disease, which brought his feral nature to the foreground. At this point, he was just a wild animal, turned into a cannibal that hunted under the shadow of night. Everyone in town was up in arms, terrified that they'd be next. The police did everything they could, a curfew was instated and patrols guarded the streets at night. And then they found him munching on his fifth victim. Poor Maverick was not prepared for what he would find.
Stand back, Maverick. It's because it was his brother. Miles!
It was his brother. It was indeed his brother. I remember this. Not this conversation specifically, but I believe... Isn't there one of the other dates or investigations, or there's something somewhere where we learn about this?
Step away from the body, Miles.
Miles couldn't comprehend their words and only saw rivals who wanted to take away his prey. And he wasn't about to just let go of it without a fight. Miles raised his head from his kill, blood dripping from his maw. The officer's breaths were smothered by the deathly stillness of the night. Fangs bared. The feral dragon snarled, and, is he bigger than Maverick? He looks bigger than Maverick. Stood strong in front of his meal, prepared to protect it from the two who intruded upon his territory.
Whatever this is, Miles, it's over. Don't make it worse now.
Munch. In an instant, Miles was upon Bryce. They clashed in a fury of teeth and claws. Miles had the advantage with his small frame and quick movements. He doesn't look that small, I'm gonna be honest. And Bryce could not get a clear hit in. It all happened so fast that Maverick didn't know what to do. They rolled on the ground and Bryce ended up on his back, as helpless as a turtle. Miles pinned him and clamped his jaw on his neck. Bryce's claws were the only thing preventing Miles from biting down, and they were slipping, slick with blood and quivering with fatigue as he tried to push him off. For a brief moment, Bryce thought he'd meet his end, when the jaws suddenly relaxed and he was able to dislodge them. When he looked up, he saw that Maverick had managed to get Miles from behind. He bit through his brother's neck from above. Crunch. Blood flowed around Maverick's jaws and over Miles' lifeless body. Bryce had been saved, but the young dragon wore a wide-eyed, empty stare. Oh, nothing more. Maverick blamed himself for not taking better care of his brother. He knew Miles had problems and was taking medication for it, but he wished he could have done more to help him. Me too, buddy. The medication wasn't the right one, by the way. Maverick taked solace in the fact that he was able to save Bryce, but he's never been the same since the incident. Now he scrutinizes everyone and everything.
I'm not sure how that's supposed to help me.
It doesn't, but now you know why he is how he is. It's not unusual for him to act like this, so you might just have to wait it out. Anyway, let's get back to your test results. Since you were so interested, did you want a copy of them?
Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
No problem. I also heard you wanted Rez's blood.
Oh, I also heard you wanted Rez's blood.
Of course, I invited him over too, but that was before you arrived here.
And I thought what we had was special.
Oh, it is. Reza was too stuck up to agree to anything.
Yeah, what a prick. He wouldn't even participate in an exhilarating round of trivia board games.
Not even that. Could you believe it?
I can almost see the sarcasm dripping from your mouth.
Still, it's kind of a shame. It would have been interesting to compare your blood to his.
What a shame indeed.
Let's just enjoy our romantic date in the back alley of a coffee shop. Of course.
I did that wrong. Unless you want to take this someplace else.
What, you don't like hanging around, dirty back alleys?
I don't know how to answer here.
Actually, I do. Now that's the spirit.
I'm getting kind of hungry. I figured we'd be having a meal on our first date.
But you can't go a few hours without having to stuff your face? I could offer you a handful of dirt if that's to your taste, Wolf.
I already have my own dirt. Sorry, but I already have my own dirt.
Oh really? What kind of dirt would that be?
Only the finest governmentally funded dirt from Tatsu Park. Your filthy back alley stuff has nothing on this.
You win this round.
Either way, a side dish would be nice.
I know this one place that never closes. Let's go there.
Sure. After several minutes of walking, Anna led me to the outskirts of town. We arrived at a farmhouse. On one side, the fields stretched towards the horizon, and on the other were lush green hills with fenced populations of animals. What kind of restaurant is this supposed to be?
Self-serve.
You're a bad girl, Anna. There we go.
I know. How well can you hunt?
Me? Even if I knew how, it's not like I have any equipment here.
Equipment? What a sissy. You've got hands and teeth. What more do you need?
A long-range weapon, maybe?
Like fire? I suppose even you could make use of that. Alright, since I'm apparently the only one capable of acquiring food, I'll be right back.
Anna walked over to a fenced enclosure of animals that reminded me of sheep. She crouched and squeezed herself through the bars, after which I lost sight of her. Waiting game 2.0, start. It took only a couple of minutes for her to return, dragging one of the animals behind her with her now bloody jaws and hands.
Dinner's ready.
Wow. Yeah, nothing's hotter than having my date return with blood streaking down her neck and chest and all over her muzzle. What kind of animal is this?
It's called a mufflon. Anyway, do you have a part you'd prefer? See how nice I am? I'm even letting you choose first.
Awful.
Good choice.
Using one of her claws, she skinned the dead mufflin and divided it into various pieces.
Do you want yours grilled or raw?
Grilled, unless prepared properly. Raw meat carries a significant risk of diseases for us.
How inept can your species even be? You can't hunt on your own, and you need tools to help you at every step. You don't even have claws to cut things up. I'm not sure how you could even ever survive in the wild. Seriously, what god did you piss off to end up like that?
I have no idea. It's kinda sad when you look at it from that perspective. So many different species have so many amazing natural abilities that it seems like we got the bad end of the deal. We always held to the fact that we had our brains and intellect, but now that we found you, that doesn't really make us unique anymore.
Mother Nature has been so cruel to your race that I almost feel sorry for you.
She opened her maw wide before liquid shot out from both corners of her mouth and onto the ground below the parts of the mouflon she had prepared. After a few seconds, the liquid burst into flames, heating up our dinner. That's a neat trick.
I bet you wish you could do that, huh?
That'd be wicked cool.
Right? It comes in handy.
How does that work anyway? Don't you ever burn your mouth?
Not at all. There are actually two different components. They only catch fire when a sufficient quantity of both is present.
Interesting. She didn't even bother to wash up. She's still all blooded. Wow. The flames weakened and grew smaller until they went out, revealing steamy, appetizing pieces of meat.
Help yourself.
I grabbed a piece, but dropped it as soon as I felt the heat on my fingertips. Ouch, that's still hot.
Can't take a little heat, huh? That's too bad.
Unaffected by its temperature, she took a piece into her hand, tore a chunk out of it with her teeth, and started chewing. I guess your scales are a good insulator.
Evidently so.
How does it taste?
Just wonderful. Stolen goods are always the best. Taste best. I can already picture the old farmer reduced to tears after he discovers one of his precious mufflins is gone.
You're a wild one, Anna.
Thanks. I could teach you a thing or two. I think it should be cool enough for your sensitive little fingers now.
Carefully, I grabbed one of the pieces, which by now had indeed cooled enough to not burn me anymore, and took a bite. It was a little bland, I had to admit, but not bad for something that was alive less than an hour ago, and prepared in the wild.
How do you like your mouflon a la Anna?
I feel like a wild animal.
Quite different from sitting at an expensive restaurant and using their fancy cutlery and napkins, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it. How often do you just go out and hunt on your own?
Only when necessary, or when I feel like it. I still go to fancy restaurants because I can afford it, but they don't mean much to me. For me, it's all about the experience, and one isn't necessarily better than the other.
I can see your point. This was unusual, but fun. This certainly isn't how I thought the evening would go, but it was pretty fun.
Anyways, I'm stuffed.
Me too.
There's still plenty left over. What are we going to do with it all? We can just leave it here.
Oh, that was me. There's still plenty left over. What are we going to do with it all?
We can just leave it here. Maybe the old farmer will help himself to it.
How nice of us to leave some for him.
Yeah, he should pay me for cooking him such a nice meal. We should probably leave before that senile has-been wakes up from his evening nap. Yeah, let's go. Well, that was interesting. Wait a minute, I've got something for you. Here you go, your test results, black on white. Thanks, did you really need to spend all that extra time getting this done today? I just wanted to get it over with when I had the chance. Maybe you should start thinking about not working so late on a regular basis. It might do you some good, Anna. You know, I think you have a point. I haven't been feeling like myself lately. There are various reasons for that, but working too much might be one. Today was kind of fun, so maybe I should make the effort to go get out every once in a while. Speaking of which, now that our date is officially over, we should talk about your end of the deal. Of course. There is an opening soon where I can fit you in. I'll call you with all the details. I shall be looking forward to that. Score! I'm gonna meet with Lorem. Impressed, good. I need to get Lorem to impress.
There you are. Come in.
I'll skip ahead.
Would you like to stay for dinner? It'd be the least I can do to compensate for your lost afternoon.
Let me see, what time is it? It's getting late and I probably shouldn't stay out this long. Looks like I'll have to decline for now.
I see. Well, I gotta do something for you at least.
Don't worry about it. Maybe some other time.
If you say so. Thanks for doing this. At any rate, it's been a huge help.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry about it, really.
Alright.
I should really get going now.
Sure. Take care.
Oh my. Passion. Oh, yes, passion. Is that one of those things that they hold the IV in the fucking... That was a little... Oh, okay, so I'm only at good. I think I need to ace Lorem's dates in order to have him impressed. So I think I fucked that up a little, but... The morning sun declared the arrival of a new day and woke me up from my vivid dreams. Memories of my home, enclosed within the towering perimeter wall, raced through my head. Peaceful landscape, rolling hills, blue sky. Ding dong. Wolf, please come with me. It's a dead body, probably. The chief will explain everything once we arrive. Okay. Hey Chief, Wolf is here. Thanks, Sebastian. You can deal with the situation here. I think this is... Anna should not be dead. Anna should not be dead. Because I think this is normally the point where Anna is dead. Thanks, Sebastian. You can deal with the situation here while I talk to Wolf, alright? Of course. Wolf, I've got some really bad news. Well, what is it? You know Anna, right? I met her, yes. How about her assistant? Okay. I met him once or twice. Well, that's him. Oh, they just used the same image. Like, I don't think they even changed this between Anna and Damien. That's just the same image used for both of them. Are you okay? I don't know. Is there anything that I can do? Let's just get this over with. Bryce gave me a concerned look, but then nodded. And here's more bad news. The blood we found on the first victim in town matches the DNA evidence found on the second victim at the power facility. Furthermore, the murder weapon and method appear to be the same across all three victims. And that's going to be a big problem for you. Why is that? I think... Interrogator 2. For Interrogator 2, interrogate Anna, yeah. Because I've already done Interrogator 1, where I interrogate Damien. That would have been for Investigation 1. Why is that?
Because with these 3 murders, Reza now qualifies as a serial killer. We won't be able to keep this whole thing quiet for much longer. Higher authorities, including the ministry in charge of your whole visit, will know about this soon. I have no idea what will happen once they do. I don't want to worry you. We can take action. Too dangerous.
You can watch this again. I don't want to skip ahead, as you wish.
Let's get back on track. I've called you here for a reason, Wolf. In addition to the murder, several things were stolen, among them your PDAs, batteries, and some components. Does it ring any bells? Immediately. Apparently. I don't know, this is an extraordinary situation, and now it's getting out of hand. They must want to address it.
Maybe they're going to throw us a surprise party.
Yeah, probably not. Sebastian, you can finish up here.
Sure thing.
Let's go then, shall we?
It's not like we have a choice. Yeah. We definitely don't have a choice here. That was quicker than I expected. No. That was quicker than I expected. I wouldn't have minded waiting out here a little longer.
Greetings, Minister.
Greetings.
Shall we go inside for our official business?
No, I've got everything I need right here. And that's all she said.
I don't.
I see. Well, I know I haven't exactly been up to date in regards to Reza's sudden disappearance, but to get the message today that he's a confirmed serial killer is quite shocking. Frankly, I'm curious as to why the facts of this case have been withheld from me for so long.
Simply because they weren't within your jurisdiction. Murders were strictly a police matter.
No, undeniable, I'm afraid so. Blah, 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 blah.
We can look into an escort.
Something British. One human to murder the other, detective. How cheeky of you. Enlighten me.
Determined to defend me. Arguably. Fuck off, please. Maverick suspected Reza of planning something, but, well, did he? He had a suspicion. Blah, blah, blah. He found women a wolf of the humans decided something, Well, he's been missing ever since.
You just pay to ferment it. I have no ministry. You mentioned your parent now.
Problems may not have been the right word.
Maverick is a protection for humans. It was my greatest concern. I made it. Most capable individual. Well, that worked out nicely, didn't it? You also seem to think that Maverick shouldn't have remained Reza's escort. Is that true?
Yes, had I paid more attention to the warning signs.
Accept responsibility?
Yes, Minister.
Tester generators, electoral PDAs that people give us. I understand why Bryce would reason, but you're hoping to agree. It is my best bet at finding the truth. Wolf presents great risk. After this meeting, danger pose public danger.
I came to the very same conclusion.
But please don't. You don't agree. So in a way, he's in my. I can't just go back like this. I'm afraid that's not enough. Let me explain.
Here's the backstory on why our world is fucked. A big fuck off solar flare.
Ooh, that's pretty, honestly, though. Beautiful aurora before fireballs hurled through the sky. Right, this due to coronal mass ejection. Ha 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 ha. Okay, there we go. You already know the rest of the story. All our hopes rely on the generators. Beyond the city walls is a dead zone.
I'm sorry, Wolf.
Unfortunately, it does not work in your favor. Sad situation is it must be something gravity of the human plight. Even so, I cannot and will not take responsibility for the consequences when I know of the risk. What about our deal? In the wake of this new information, and as a sign of goodwill, we will send the generators you are owed through once this is over under condition but it must condemn Rosa's actions, and we must reclaim the stolen PDAs.
You should let Wolf stay here.
Fuck you. My authority as minister in charge, fuck you. Immediately. Chief, please arrange for him to fuck off.
I could do it myself, Minister.
Well, we have our own matters to discuss.
In that case, one of my officers should be here any moment. I arranged for him to meet us here.
How handy. And let's wait for this officer of yours. It didn't take long for Sebastian to arrive. Let's not waste any more time. You'll still be free to send letters after you have arrived on the other side.
Just go. Come on.
Every step you take, every breath you take, I'll be watching you. What's going on here? Oh no. Banana. I didn't even notice the Dean approach.
It's none of your concern. Please leave.
Can't I even get a few minutes? I suppose no duty stopping us. I don't even... The human unofficial business, huh? I don't even know you right now. Don't you remember I met you in the cafe and at the crime scene? That's all, isn't it? Unless I missed something, yeah. What are you doing out here? Just practicing my flying. I'm afraid this will be both our first and last opportunity to attack. I'm about to leave this world again. That's so. That's too bad. Kind of a shame I never got to know you. Israel, is it really? I'm afraid so. What does it make you? I didn't do fuck all. Wasn't my decision. What about Reza?
All I could offer was a shrug.
I'm not sure what to think anymore.
I'm not sure either.
Goodbye.
That's a bit of a sad small interaction. That is a bit sad. I remember her. That was the witness from the Reza's first murder. Did you know her? Yes. I see. How many years had the structure survived before it had been found? I hope I can remember how this thing works. Are you joking? Yeah, sorry, I got it. Alright, I suppose it's time for us to say goodbye. Let's keep it professional. I don't like to mix personal matters with work. He looked away, and I shrugged. Go ahead and turn it on, then. Would you stand between the pillars, please? Of course. I took my place and stared into the horizon. Even if I made a break for it, I'd become a fugitive. On the run, I took comfort in the fact that I did everything I could to help, even if it turned out like this. Nevertheless, I dreaded how going back any second now the teleportation process would start. I wonder if there was any risk of getting lost somewhere between worlds. I hadn't noticed any unusual changes to my body. These dreams undergo the same experience. Certainly a time to remember. I closed my eyes and braced myself for the moment that would come any second now. But that moment never came. The next thing that happened was that I heard Sebastian's voice. It's not working. Whoops. Are you joking again? No, really, it's not working. Wait, what is this? Oh no, everything was trashed. It's broken. Can you fix it? I don't think so. This doesn't look like a simple act of vandalism. It looks like some parts were torn out. I guess that means I'm not leaving, huh? Not yet, at least. Well, what do we do now? Let's head back. The chief has to know about this right away.
Here are the case files, Amara. Why, thank you. Wolf and an officer. What is this about, Amara? It's what I would like to know. Why has my order not been carried out?
Shit's fucked, madam. It's broken. Someone tampered with it and stole parts. I couldn't even get the interface to turn on. Oh, we'll check it out once I'm done here. The Temu portal broke. Honestly, I think the portal's a bit better than Temu brand. It's a bit better than a Temu portal.
I suppose Wolf will stay with us for a little longer. Seeing this is emergency, I'll make it short. Chief, as a result, you will now be my bodyguard. Understood. All of you are dismissed.
She turned to leave, Remy trailing after her. A wish one. Can we at least be a little bit generous and say, like, Harbor Freight? Just a little generous. Say Harbor Freight type. Alright, let's head to the portal, of course. Sheet of paper. Hey, what's this? Amara probably dropped one in the case with either her or her assistants. You better bring that to her. Sebastian and I should hurry to the portal and meet us there afterwards, okay? Sure. That's about what happened when I met Reza at the portal. Of course, it didn't say anything I didn't already know.
The last time I saw it did not have the tear. I dropped it. Tell me something new for once.
Okay, someone else dropped it.
I'm supposed to believe that, Remy. Are you aware how much this costs? Repairing and replacing artifacts is not cheap. I'm afraid we'll have to deduct this from your wage again. I see. You are not doing this on purpose, are you? Of course not. You have been working for me for a long time now. I expected you to learn at some point, but you are very resistant to do so.
Not wanting to listen to this any longer, I decided to knock. There were a few seconds of silence.
Please come in.
I only opened the door long enough to hand Remy the sheet of paper. I think you dropped this outside. After I closed the door and started to walk away, I heard the voices resume.
This is from one of the case files you requested. You must have dropped it. Then why was it left outside? As my assistant, you should have paid more attention. If this got into the wrong hands, someone could get in trouble.
Fucking prick. I made my way back to the portal and arrived shortly after Bryce and Sebastian.
Well, I can confirm that it's not turning on.
I told you that already.
Just wanted to be sure.
You really think that it would still work with a chunk ripped out of it?
Hey, I'm not an engineer. I don't know how the portal works. It was worth another try. There you are, Wolf. What do you make of this?
I'm afraid I don't know any more than you do. I'm not an engineer either. In that case, we should start thinking about the who and when.
There are patrols assigned to the patrol and surrounding area day and night.
If someone tampered with the portal, they must have seen something.
Today's day patrol didn't notice anything unusual, though.
I guess she just missed the part about the portal being vandalized.
It'd be easy to overlook. It's a small part of the machine, and it's not like she was expected to check every square inch of it with each lap around the area.
What about night patrol, then?
When I went over the reports this morning, I noticed the night patrol hadn't handed theirs in yet.
And who was patrolling last night?
Let me think for a minute. The schedule always goes in a certain order, so last night would have been... Damn.
What was it?
The night patrol for last night would have been Maverick. I got wrapped up in all the recent chaos and forgot to find a replacement for him when he went on sick leave. Maybe Amara was right to take me off the case.
So there was no night guard here at all.
That's right, whoever it was had an easy time doing whatever they wanted.
If he knew no one was going to be here, he could have used the knowledge to his advantage.
He couldn't have known.
He doesn't... what about Reza? Why would he have done it? He's only cutting his only way out. No, he'd be doing something smart.
If he has the part needed to get the portal working again, he's in control of
communicate. We wouldn't be able to inform them. I don't know. Because I don't find that a compelling argument.
Maybe we shouldn't have kept the investigation secret for this long.
Our zone, not humanity's.
Hey, I already trust you on that. No way, things are too dire for the humans to take such an extraordinary risk, especially for that. Doesn't necessarily have to be anything to do with Reza or Maverick, but they still have the best motives. Sure, but they definitely aren't the only ones to have one. There could be private groups who are interested in the technology or its significance as a human artifact.
So that puts us fuck off.
Sebastian!
Yeah, sure.
Are you kidding? I could have lost my job. More like case leader.
You don't need to stick around while forensics does their jobs. Thanks for your help. I assume you can find your way back to your apartment? Of course. Yeah, I'll see you later. See you. Picking up when the doorbell rang. Okay. Sebastian, do you need my help again?
We're a small-town police department, and with Bryson removed from the case, our resources are thinner than average.
What do you have for me? First up is the primary witness in the latest murder, the victim's colleague, Anna. She was the one who found his body. A few things have changed since this morning, as we've gotten some additional information from forensics that warrants further questioning. She can be found in the production facility. Since it's suspected, your opinion would be great. Should add archaeologist to my resume.
Maybe human matters consultant would be more appropriate.
Do you really think it's okay for me to tamper with your priceless discoveries?
Oh, you wouldn't actually go over there in person. I just want you to take a look at the collected information in the archives and give us your opinion. Besides, no one is allowed to visit at the moment.
Flooding? Oh, yes. Rather large pocket of water surrounding it. Any kind of disturbance could endanger everything and everyone inside. Must be around where the water table is. I don't know how deep the facility is. From the conversation earlier, it said that there weren't many stairs there, so it must be pretty shallow.
I see.
The store clerk saw something. Here are all the details. Sure thing. The advantages of having me on their side apparently outweighed the risks, though I had to wonder who would have to be more comfortable. You did a thing! Achievement unlocked. Don't look at... What the fuck? What? What is that achievement? Do a thing. This is funnier if it just randomly pops up and you don't know why. But if you're curious, it unlocks in Chapter 3 after you've seen at least 5 endings. Okay. It is literally just a pointless achievement. Yep. That's... Achievement! I'm making progress. Okay, Investigator 2. Visit the production facility.
Hey, Wolf.
At least we got that one done. Yeah. Lauren, what are you doing here?
I'm just fetching some equipment for Ipsum. He's in the middle of an experiment and really needs this stuff. He sounded very emotional, which is very unusual for him.
Sounds like it's serious.
And you're here for an important human business, I bet.
Sure.
By the way, do you still accept my invitation? I have something really neat planned.
Sounds great, but I'm pretty busy right now.
It's no problem, really. Just let me know when you have the time and I'll make it happen. I should really get going before Ipsum blows up the apartment.
Sure, take care.
You too.
Should be the right pace. Place. Ah, my throat is unhappy. Hey, Wolf, I didn't even call you about the test yet. To what do I owe the honor? I have a few questions about the murder of your colleague. Is that so? Why do you get to go around asking questions like that? Is it a matter of human interest? Actually, yes, you could say so. Interesting. What's in it for me? Hey, I already agreed to your tests. I'm not sure what else I could offer you. Besides, I'm working with the police, so your cooperation would be greatly appreciated. Oh, you're working for our police? Now you really have my attention. I want to see where you're going with this, so by all means, go ahead. What happened last time you saw him alive? I saw him yesterday evening. There were some tests I needed to run overnight, so instead of staying up late to set them up, I had Damien do it. That's what colleagues are for, right?
Can you tell me what happened when you found him?
I might have left early yesterday, but I made up for it by coming in early today, before anyone else. That's why I was the one to find him. I was on my way to the office when I saw him lying in the middle of the hallway, in a puddle of his own blood.
What was your relationship to him?
We were colleagues, nothing more.
I heard you didn't particularly like him.
Yeah, but that's not unusual. I don't like most people. He really didn't like me, though.
Why is that?
He was just jealous of my success, and it showed.
You seem very calm for someone whose colleague was just murdered.
People die every day. It's a simple fact of life. Besides, I don't see you crying about him either. I didn't know him that well, so it's not like someone I actually cared about died. The world stops spinning for no one. Life goes on, and for me, that means being without an assistant for a while.
That's all. That will be all. Thank you, Anna.
My pleasure.
Time to head back. You interrogated Anna. Analytical! Small piece of paper slipped. Do not go to the portal. I'm not gonna go to the portal. Pew 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 pew. Don't go to the portal. What should I do? Stay inside and call the police. Okay. I need to visit the police archives, I believe. Visit the police archives. Actually, I should check. Because there is a... There's a thing I can do. Prankster. I can do a... I can do an achievement called Prankster, but I want to quickly check achievements. I want to see if this will fuck things up. Prankster. Choose the option to play a prank. Okay. It isn't giving me any more information about it, so I'm not sure if that's gonna fuck with Bryce or not, but... I was on my way to the police station when a voice called out to me.
Hey, you! I'm talking to you, human! I'm the old man! I'm Katsuharu!
Can I help you?
I certainly hope so. I'm in a little conundrum here. My cart seems to be stuck.
I can see that.
I'm Katsuharu, by the way. Local ice cream vendor.
Wolf, you probably heard of me by now.
Of course, of course. In any case, do you think you can spare some time to help me out? It might take a while, though, so I hope you're not in a rush.
He would make the best ramen ever. I don't remember, because I know I've done his little story thing. He makes good ice cream, apparently. I don't remember hearing anything about ramen, though, so... But honestly, I see what you mean. I see what you mean, definitely. Actually, I'm kind of busy right now.
They can't be helped then.
Sorry.
Don't worry about it. There'll be someone else along soon, I'm sure.
That's honestly a little sad. I was met by the police, Colnith.
I gave her a name before, but I don't remember what name I gave her. Voice.
Female, female, female. You're in luck, Wolf. Bryce compiled all the case files a while ago. Ever since he came to our world, he seems to be a lot more interested in these human mysteries. I wonder if it has something to do with you. Anyway, you can find all the files here. I'll leave the rest to you.
Study the blueprint, I believe? Study the blueprint, yes. Blueprint of the building caught my attention. Apparently it had been found during their cursory investigation within the building itself. At first glance, nothing about it stood out to me, but the more I studied, the more the facts revealed themselves. Both of its entrances were freed and accessible by the people in charge. One was through a tunnel in the vicinity of the portal, and the other through a dig that cut through the town's sewer system. Bryce had scrawled a note near the second entry. It simply said, "Axis V hatch, button, counterclockwise." Furthermore, the data in the corner of the blueprint listed the structure as Independent Living and Research Unit, dated to the year 2047. Most interestingly, I recognized the name of the company that was listed. They were a well-established super company before the world's collapse, known for their advances in scientific fields, and otherwise through the use of legal loopholes and gray markets. They were very successful at what they did. Subverted laws, ethical issues. They are evil company. They were only one of the companies involved in championing teleportation technology that was about to take off on a grand scale. Of course, there were public worries regarding the untested long-term consequences of utilizing black holes. They were also big in medical security and weaponry fields. Made many breakthroughs. I think I went through this last run-through. Nanomachines. Nanomachine, son. I cannot do that voice right now. I cannot do that voice. I cannot do that voice. It was a new way of treating medical conditions. Beyond that, genetic engineering. They ultimately collapsed, just like the rest of the world. As I pondered this, Adane's request... Okay, so I'm really confused why I get this, because I did a Dean... I haven't done a Dean's second date, and I think I'm only supposed to get this after I do a Dean's second date. Because during her second date, she asks you, "Hey, can you get the fucking map for me?" But I didn't do that for this playthrough because I'm just going through Lorem and Anna's. I would have to remember to give her to her next time. Play a prank. Let's see what this consists of. That should do it. I wasn't sure when Bryce was going to be in his office again, but when he returned, he would definitely notice this. "You prank Bryce, you naughty, naughty person." Huh, look at this. Generic prank. He's been pranked. I've done a prank. What's the prank? Fuck me, I don't know. Better head to the police. I was already at the fucking police station.
There you are, Wolf. It seems you've taken a liking to Bryce's chair. Maybe I could get used to this. Don't tell Bryce, though. By the way, good job calling the police when you heard Reza. It's too bad he got away again. Maybe a witness will come forward and we'll find out what happened. Let's take a look. Witness report from Anna is good, nothing to do us, but it's nice to have her statement in writing. Once you've learned what you've learned about the map is fascinating. It raises more questions than answers. You did great. The police department is glad to have you on our side. Flawless run! Fuck yeah! I finally fucking got it. I have no idea what the fuck held me up on those previous runs. That... Fuck. Fucking finally. Flawless run. I do not need to worry about the investigation so much anymore. I get the feeling that there was a question in either the first or second investigation that I just, like, fucked up a little. Maybe it was this one. Did I need to do Investigator 2? Maybe. Okay. I do what I can. I know, and your help is greatly appreciated. Believe me, especially since we're so short on staff right now. That will be all for you today. I'll contact you if we need anything. Of course. See you next time. See you. Maybe it was because I was skipping through things. I think using the skip button previously fucked me over.
It's payday, Wolf. The tests are ready, the machines are ready, the lab is free. One more thing is needed to get this party started, and that would be you. So you better bring your body to me. Or else I'll have to come get it myself. In which case, I won't be able to guarantee your safety.
She wants me to bring her my body.
I hope you aren't afraid of needles.
I am very afraid of needles. She's going to go all out, isn't she? Okay. Meet with Anna. Okay. This should be Anna's third date? Okay.
There you are. I was wondering if you'd even show up.
I wouldn't miss an opportunity to meet you.
A glutton for punishment, huh? Not that I mind. Follow me, please.
What exactly is this room?
It's our testing room for research on live subjects.
And what exactly do you test here?
You'll see that soon enough. I intend to use this facility to its fullest potential.
I see.
Let's start with this one.
What's that?
I can get a good look at your bone structure, muscle groups, and organs with this. For the finer details, we'll need a different machine. Would you please lie down here?
Of course. Before we start, can I ask about your qualifications?
You can trust me. I'm a doctor.
What kind of doctor?
Well, Doctor of Pharmacy is the only title I currently hold, but I know how to operate this machinery.
Yeah, that doesn't exactly inspire confidence.
You think I'd let an opportunity like this go to waste by not doing my research? I'll have you know that I'm very qualified to perform these tests.
If you say so. My brother is a pharmacist. He has a doctorate in pharmacy. I don't think he would trust himself to run these tests.
Now please try not to move too much while this is running.
How long will that be?
Good question. I suppose we'll see it soon enough.
What do we do now? Just wait until it's over?
What do you want me to do? Dance for you so you don't get bored?
What does the dancing dragon look like anyway?
Is that your scientific curiosity shining through? I can approve of that.
You didn't answer my question. Well, I'm not going to show you. If you're that curious, you might find the answer in the seedier parts of town. Your town has seedy parts? Oh, there's a lot you haven't seen yet. You know, when I heard that something happened at the facility, I thought it might have been you. It's quite something, isn't it? You know, if I had stayed as late as I used to, it might have been me instead of Damien. And it's only because you told me not to stay late so often that I wasn't there that night. Still, somebody died. I'm not crying over that bastard. Alright, you can move again. Does that mean I'm done? That's a good one. We're just getting started. What about the results? Don't hold your breath. It'll be processing for some time. And the resulting data will be so vast I'll probably end up studying it for days. Let's collect some samples now. Where should I start?
Wherever you'd like.
Show me your claws.
That would be fingernails in my case.
I suppose you're right. It would be insulting to call those thin little things of yours claws. They'd probably break off before you could make use of them in any practical way. Just one more way nature gave us the short end of the stick. So which part would be fine for me to cut off? Take a piece from the white part. The rest you see is attached to the finger. Hold still then. Don't cut off too much. Don't worry, I only need enough to put under a microscope. Ooh, that click. Ooh, that click. Ugh. My ears did not like that. There, was that so bad? Do you need me to put a bandage on your little boo-boo?
Whatever.
Oh, I guess with the right training I can make something out of you after all.
And what now?
Now it'll go right under the microscope.
She got up and sat down at a table. Intently, Anna stared at a device while messing around with the nail clipping.
Let's see.
Putting your fingernail under a microscope is something we used to do in middle school.
Quiet, please. There's a scientist at work here.
Okay.
This structure looks a lot like keratin.
Because it is?
Well, that's not much of a surprise, really. Keratin is the substance that formed the claws of honest dragons and most of the animals here. Animals. At least as far as mammals, reptiles, and birds are concerned. So why would you retain this structure but not do anything useful with it beyond me? It's beyond me.
It gets better. They grow continuously, so they need to be cut regularly.
And what happens if you don't cut them?
They just keep growing.
And how much can they keep growing?
Pretty much indefinitely.
Do they get thicker, at least? Or what else happens when they grow?
They just get longer. I think they curl a little. Don't they, if you let them grow out too much?
What a hassle.
So how long are you planning on keeping me here?
Getting impatient already.
I'm just saying our date didn't take all that long, and you mentioned you'll already have days worth of data from that machine.
Well, we never specified any terms, and I sat out our date until it was officially over. This will certainly go by much quicker if you show a little patience.
Says the Queen of Complaining.
I don't complain, I just point out errors. Besides, I'd be Empress, not just a queen. By the way, how do you feel about needles?
This is just to improve her mood. 100%. I don't like needles. I don't like needles. Needles are very unfun. I have problems with needles. No.
You'll need to remove some layers for the next part.
What are you going to do?
These are just some electrodes. I'll also measure your brain activity with one of those helmets. Yeah. When I was in a 3rd grade, so when I was 8, I went and had, I think it was like a flu shot, or maybe I was getting my mandatory vaccinations up to date. Either way, I had, I think, 1 or 2 shots. The lady walked out of the room. I was there with, like, my mom and my younger sister. But yeah, the lady walked out of the room. To whatever. I stood up almost immediately. I headed right for the door of the little room, whatever. I started to walk towards the door, and then I kind of just passed out midway. I fell face first into the door, and it's like a really big, thick wooden door, too. Slid off to the side, and fell back. Because I had passed out. My body, my head, no. My body did not want to remain upright. And I've had problems with needles ever since. Yeah. There was also a time in 3rd grade, I remember one thing, I think every month or every other month, we would have, like, a pamphlet, or some sort of, like, workbook, and it talked a lot about blood, and the teacher was reading through it, and I started to feel unwell. I felt very cold. I was not feeling well. So I asked the teacher, hey, I'm not feeling all that well. And then she kind of looked over at me and said, yeah, you look really pale. So, I basically, I sat outside for the rest of the time they were working through that workbook. And I also sat out through PE that day, is another thing that I remember. Because I wasn't doing so well. Then I had something similar. In sophomore year. My sophomore year, I took biology class, and they were watching some sort of documentary. And the documentary talked about, like, blood splatter patterns, and how properties of blood and whatever, and how they affect. And then I felt the same thing. I felt, fuck, if I'm gonna stay here any longer, I'm gonna fucking pass out. So I kind of just stood up and hurried out the door. And right outside of the door, there was, like, a desk. And I just propped my legs up on it. Just so that I could have some blood rush back to my head. Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun. There you go. What is it now? Fuck. I once got in for a blood draw and didn't went well. I took the... No! I had something... So, I had my wisdom teeth pulled out, well over a year ago, right? I had my wisdom teeth pulled out. So, I go there to have my wisdom teeth pulled out. And what they do is they sedate you. But in order to sedate you, they need to poke a fucking IV into your arm. And so she tried like 3 fucking times to get it in. I almost fucking passed out. And then I passed out later anyways because the IV had, like, fucking knockout juice. That... Oh god, that fucking sucked. Ah! Ah! It's not fun. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Just... Why? Why? Just get someone else to fucking do it. Ah! 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 These are not fun experiences. Ah! Ah! And I've had to have my blood drawn so many fucking times too. Ah, it's kind of experiencing. It's kind of cold in here. Is it? I suppose it might be for you, considering your lack of fur. Luckily, our scales are pretty good insulators. As you last saw, it actually goes both ways. You were pretty resistant to both cold and heat. Just like, you know, if I turn blue. You turn blue when you get cold? I'd like to see that. This is just a joke. Besides, when that happens, it's usually too late to get out of it again unscathed. What a shame. This will also take a while. I want to have a good reference and see how your rates change. Your head shape is a little different from ours, you think. But I think this one should do the trick. Perfect, just as if it was made for you. I'm not sure of that. By the way, how can you even be sure that your machinery will have no adverse effects on me? I suppose I can't. That is mildly unsettling. Your physiology is similar enough to ours that there shouldn't be any problems. I see. Now I'm going to ask you a few questions. What is this, a polygraph test? No, this is something completely different. Oh, shit. I'm also measuring your brain activity here. Besides, I don't really care about the truthfulness of your answers. Rather, this is to establish your natural highs and lows of the values I'm measuring. Go ahead, then. Let's start with the easy ones. Just say no to the following 3 questions. It doesn't matter if it is true or not. Understood? I should probably answer no. Yeah, they got scales, you don't. Pretty clearly similar. Yeah! No. I set myself up for this one, didn't I? The questions start now. Are you human? No. I see. Is your favorite color gray? No. Interesting. Have you been convicted of any crime? No. I see. Now we'll get to the real part. You can answer the following questions however you like. Got it. Did it make you uneasy when you had to answer all the test questions? Not really. I see. Interesting. Have you taken a liking to anyone here since you arrived? Yes. I see. Did you have any ulterior motives when you came to our world? Or is it as simple as we are led to believe? There are no ulterior motives. I see. That's all for this test. You can take off the helmet, and I'll take care of the electrodes. This kind of seemed like an interrogation. I wanted to keep it simple by asking questions that could get a reaction. I see. It's kind of a shame, because in the end, the lack of additional subjects for this test means those results might not be very useful to us. We'd probably need a few more humans. Then why do them in the first place? The data is still useful, just not as useful as it could be. And besides, I did tell you I'd make the most of this room. Well, what's next? I'm not sure yet. Do I want to get close enough to examine mucosa and orifices? Probably not.
You might be right. We quarantined Reza when he initially arrived here, but skipped the procedure with you. After examining Reza, we didn't think any humans by themselves posed any danger. Nevertheless, who knows what kind of illnesses and bacteria you might be housing as an alternate host? I'm not taking that risk without a full protective suit.
Does that mean your procedures are going to get a lot more invasive?
No, I'm not in the mood to put the suit on and sterilize the whole room.
To be fair, I haven't heard of anyone I've been in contact with getting any strange diseases thus far.
Sure, but then I'd have to ask you if any of those actually got close enough to you. As in, intimately close.
No orifice examinations, then?
For the next part, we'll actually have to go outside.
That sounds like fun.
Depends. Here, strap this up to your arm.
What's this?
A handheld monitor. I want to measure how you perform during exercise.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a good little human.
Aww. Positive affirmation. Are you gonna pet me on the head next?
Let's go then, shall we?
Sure thing. And now?
Take one lap around the block. I'll be waiting for you here. You can go as fast or slow as you want, but try not to stop until you're back here. I'll be monitoring you, so I'll know if you try to do anything fishy.
No need to point out the obvious.
You wouldn't believe the kinds of people I have to deal with sometimes.
I could say the same thing.
Is that so? Anyways, you can start whenever. The monitor should take care of the rest.
Trying for a constant speed, I started with a light jog. Soon I was outside the gate and around the corner when I met an unexpected surprise.
Hey, Wolf.
Hey, Remy. Hey, Remy. Long time no see.
Indeed, just enjoying the fresh air, I see.
Yeah.
You know, if you ever want to come by and visit the library or need to know anything, feel free to ask me.
I will. Thanks.
My pleasure.
Afterwards, I finished my lap around the block, arriving only a few minutes after I had started.
I suppose it was too much to ask for a lap without any breaks. Maybe I shouldn't have expected you to be as fit as we are.
I got distracted on the way.
How so? Did you have to stop and smell some flowers?
I met Remy.
Remy. Oh, I wouldn't mind if that bastard kicked the bucket, too. What do you have against him? He's such a self-righteous do-gooder who can't help but stick his nose where it doesn't belong. I don't care what he does as long as he doesn't mess with me, but he does mess with me, so I do care. Anyways, I've got your data, so we can head back inside if you're not too exhausted to walk.
Of course.
Looking at your data, it's kinda hard to evaluate it without having any reference points. How much exercise do you usually get?
Not at all.
I see.
You sure ask me a lot of questions here.
All just part of the tests. Though I think those were all the tests I needed to run on you for today.
Does that mean we're done here?
Oh, some of the data from the scanning machines has been processed. We can look at some pretty pictures of you.
Why don't you print them out and have them framed?
Or better still, sell the prints. I could make bank doing that. Thanks for the idea.
Wouldn't I deserve some royalties for that?
Sorry, no such written agreement exists. Oh right, I totally forgot that you are a mammal. To encounter an intelligent mammal of all things. Well, reasonably intelligent at the least.
Why is that so surprising? You already have your myths about humans.
Myths are myths. Having you here in the flesh is an entirely different thing. It's not like I could use our myths to get a scan like this one. It just seems so funny to me.
Do you nurse your young from your teats as well?
We do.
Let me study your muscle groups for a bit.
Do you want me to take my clothes off again?
I meant the pictures.
Oh, I see.
So she doesn't want to examine the pecs. Unfortunately, being a male, I can't exactly... Like, I couldn't demonstrate nursing young. So... You can stay for a bit longer in case I have any questions.
Okay. While I continued sitting on the bed, we went up to her table and started looking at the scans of muscle groups. As we talked, her eyes never left the screen.
Some of the structures are very similar to those found in Damien's kind.
I'm not surprised. His stature is similar enough.
True. Now shut up and let me concentrate.
Does that approach ever work?
What are you talking about?
You being that rude to everyone.
Sorry.
You apologized. That's a new one.
I don't want to make any excuses, but with a high-pressure job like mine, I don't really get to go out and socialize much. Add some deteriorating circumstances to that, and you get my life.
Don't you have any friends?
Not really. If you keep skipping grades like I did and were on the fast track in university, you wouldn't really have the time to make or keep any friends either. I think the last time I had a real friend was more than a decade ago.
What happened to that friend?
Well...
Flashback. Okay.
We went to this... we went to the same class for a while. I ended up skipping a grade after that year. She found new friends, I didn't. We still met, but those visits became less and less frequent as time went on. I was around 10 years old when her parents prompted me to visit her. She was in the hospital, apparently been for some time already. I didn't know because I hadn't seen her for quite a while at that point. She had contracted some sort of degenerative disease that caused her to gradually lose control of her muscles. Her case was particularly bad. She was already paralyzed from the neck down by the time I went to visit her.
This sounds like... Does polio cause this? I think polio causes this, because I remember FDR suffered from something similar.
When I entered her room, I couldn't even pretend to be her friend. Lying in bed was just a crude image of her former self. It was as if she was already dead. I couldn't bear to see her like that. It scared me. I didn't stay long. Seeing her like that was... I just told myself I never wanted to end up like her. Dying slowly, painfully, and alone.
That's sad.
That was the last time I saw her. She died a few weeks later.
And that's why you became a scientist?
Not really. I became a scientist because that's apparently what I'm good at. Doesn't make my work any less important, though. Just from what we did here today, we might make a few breakthroughs in several areas.
Really?
You're a completely different yet stable evolutionary line. There are some things that are similar in our bodies, and others that are completely different. Assuming that is different... Anything that is different and works can tell us something about new about biology.
Getting sick sucks. Yeah, but especially when you kind of have... You have a disease like that, a degenerative disease, whether that's a mental degenerative disease like Alzheimer's or dementia, or a physical degenerative disease. They're not fun to watch. I had a grandfather on... I had a grandfather who went through it. Although I didn't really see his process because he was about 12 hours away from me. And then my grandmother, different parent, also had Alzheimer's, dementia. So,
but that one I kind of more clearly got to see. I got to see some of that decline. Um, and I got to see her a few days before she died as well. She I don't know what her cause of death was officially. But yeah, it was sad to see. It was very sad to see. But at least she died in her home as well. Um, the the job that I didn't end up sticking with, that was at a transitional care facility, so old folks homes. And like I was only in there for like 2 days, but I've been to places like that before, and just those kinds of places are just so depressing. I would not want to be forced to die in hospice care in a transitional facility. That would just be miserable. All the various species have their own challenges and diseases. It'll come in handy somewhere, for sure. I should clarify though, I do believe transitional care facilities in Europe, particularly the Netherlands and Germany, are a lot better, especially for their dementia patients. One of the things that I've seen is a lot of I remember watching a video talking about, I think in Germany, I'm pretty sure it was Germany, uh, or was it? One video I watched was about transitional care facilities, specifically for dementia and Alzheimer's in Germany, and the other one in the Netherlands. Um, but let's see. I think the one in the Netherlands, and maybe it applies to Germany too, what they do is they do like Alzheimer's villages. So they have like small communities, which is just filled with a bunch of people who have Alzheimer's. And the place is designed in such a way where they still maintain some sort of like daily routine. Like there's a small restaurants, there's like small shops that they can go to. Um, they're in like small communal living spaces. Um, and overall, it just seems like a far more uh, humane system than what we have. Um, it's a lot more comforting and personable, less of a sterile environment. Yeah, it does go downhill pretty quickly. Some of the things that Alzheimer's patients can say can be pretty funny. Some of the things they repeatedly bring up, like my grandma when she had Alzheimer's would, in some of her earlier stages, she would very repeatedly say, "Oh, I better go tell Fred to go and have that tree cut down. You know, it's really blocking the sight." And she'd say that almost every day. And it was a little amusing, but yeah, it really goes downhill. Things deteriorate, and it's just sad to see. It's just sad to see. And you're doing all of that because of your pure, unselfish heart. Not really, but if I do the brunt of the work, then I deserve to have my name on it. I guess so. Well, I think that's it for the day. You can go if you like. I wouldn't mind staying for a bit longer. Really? Well, I wanted to study those pictures some more, and I can't really have you around if I want to do, if I do anything serious. But maybe some other time. Really? Because you're so insistent, I may as well. Okay. You know how busy I am. but I can call you if you'd like.
Sure.
If I don't forget, that is.
Well, I'll leave you to your work then.
Mm-hmm.
Yay. Okay.
Let's meet with Lorem.
um. No, don't skip ahead. Hey, Wolf. Piece of paper. Sounds like fun.
I'm glad you agree.
I've got a pen.
Great, we're all set.
What was your favorite? Of these, math. My favorite was art class. Oh, it won't let me skip ahead. Okay.
Trying out different mediums was always so much fun. I tried sculpting again recently.
What for?
Art doesn't need a justification. But anyway, it helps me visualize what the characters in my game should look like.
Can't you do that with a computer?
Sure, but working with a physical medium makes things easier for me, instead of working with an interface. There's only my hands and a lump of clay. No technological gadgets required.
I see. Examine the walls. I like going for walks in the woods so long as it's safe.
Well, I know, but we're not to go for my next vacation now.
I wouldn't want to visit either.
That makes two of us.
What do you think about stuff like that? Also, it's fine. I'm gonna be going all the way through all of his dates when I do his good ending. So
I don't know. I've been having some weird dreams lately.
here too.
Really?
I suppose you're right.
Let's do it.
Very quickly. Let's just. Oh, interesting. Without hesitation, Lorem vanished. The water does not look this deep in the previous image. What was that? Lorem! Oh, there we go. Whoa! Fuck! Holy shit! Holy shit. Okay, loss. Okay, wow, that was... Holy shit. I didn't want it to skip ahead like that. Hold on. Hint cards. Loss, 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 loss. Loss. The card... Chapter 4, you'll get this card if a main character is dead or about to die. Okay.
I just wanted to make sure. Superstition. Because I have a wiki page with these cards. Chapter 4, you'll get this card if she is still good or impressed. For a good ending as possible. Okay. Wow, that I wish it did not skip through those cards. Holy shit. Seen this before. Or you can skip ahead. Skip ahead of. Holy shit. Like, holy shit. Holy shit. Return the eggs to the hatchery. Okay. Don't skip ahead. We arrived. Chief. I'm gonna skip just a little bit. Okay.
There you are.
So what happened? Okay, so this is the stakeout in the farm. Okay.
A whole lot of nothing. There was no movement to or from the building in the time we've been watching.
He usually operates during the night, so maybe he's just asleep.
In that case, it would be best for us to go in before he has a chance to make his escape.
Or maybe he's not even in there anymore. He could have seen us and slipped away unnoticed with plenty of time to destroy the evidence while we've been waiting here.
You're right, either he's still inside or he's gone and not coming back.
Is there any miscellaneous? I should get popular, I think. What should I do?
You're coming with me. Sebastian, you walk around and watch the back of the building, just in case he tries to escape. I'm on it, Chief. So we have two options here.
I'll do it. Tense scenarios and things I could say to him. The door inch opened with a creak, but I noticed a slight resistance and a strange sound that suddenly made me hesitate. Oh no, bomb! We've been through this a few times before. When I looked down to the source of the noise, I saw a taut wire through the gap in the door hovering over the entryway floor.
That was a pretty close call.
Jesus Christ, that's a lot. Tradition behind it, what peeves me most is I'll be on guard duty. Oh yeah, this is the festival. I'll be sure not to miss it then. I should get back to the investigation. Okay. Are there any achievements related to this? Assemble a sphere. I don't think so. A lot of these achievements are going to be, let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 6. That's 16 achievements that I need. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've technically seen Remy's bad ending, but I'm gonna. I didn't stream it, so I'm gonna. It was way back when I first got the game years ago. Assemble the sphere. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This one I'll try to get with my evil run. This one I'm not sure when I'm gonna get it. This one I can get with Bryce's good run. This one I'm going to do with Remy's runs. This one I'll do with Lorm's good run. This one's probably going to be with the evil one. This one I'm probably going to get soon. I'm going to visit the witness, because the witness is going to be, the fuck's his name? Ipsum! Oh, it's you. Can I help you? Yeah, I'm working with the police and hoped you could answer a few questions. Because I responded to your call for witness about last night, right? Yes. Alright, what do you want to know? Can you tell me what happened? Sure, I was running an experiment in my home laboratory and waiting for it to finish. Around 2 a.m., I suddenly heard a few bangs outside that reminded me of small explosions. It sounded like they were coming from just around the corner. I see. Did nothing about this seem unusual to you? Not really. I know I've caused a few similar disturbances with my experiments before. If someone else decided to take up home experimentation, they certainly have my approval. Besides, I wasn't in any position to abandon the experiment that was running at the time, or else I could have had a similar outcome. Thank you. I think that will be all. No problem. By the way, are you going to meet with Lorm again anytime soon? I don't know. Why are you asking? I've hung out with him a few times now. You see, he doesn't have many friends, and I think he's starting to like you. That's not really unusual. It's just, if something happens next time you meet, don't be mad at him, okay? Okay. I'm gonna take the bandage to the facility. When I saw Anna's lab, I saw her sitting in the hallway floor, the door to her lab wide open. Hey, Anna.
Oh, it's you.
What's going on here?
The police came and raided the place.
What? Why?
It's a long story, and I'm not going to tell it now.
Is it bad?
I don't know yet. I'm just not sure how they expect me to work in these conditions, considering I get assignments from the council and the police. And then they both turn around and mess up the place, as if it's part of their job. It doesn't make sense to me. Someone's going to hear about this, and there will be consequences. I can tell you that. Anyways, what did you want?
I'm just here to drop this off for you, courtesy of the police.
That's what I'm talking about. Mess up my place, then ask for my help. Something isn't right here, and I'll get to the bottom of this. What is this anyway?
I'm sorry, it's a bloody bandage for analysis. It's related to the Reza investigation.
Alright, I'll take it. Not for the police department's sake, but for yours.
Will this fuck up my status with her? I hope it doesn't.
Don't let me hold you up. I'm sure you have places to be.
Well, see you then.
Yeah.
Status. Okay, so she's not bad. Thanks for all your help. Now that the facility has received the bandage, maybe we'll discover something new. I'll take care of the remaining tasks so you can take the rest of the day off. I'm sure you have things to do other than helping the police department. It's no problem, really. My trip to your world wasn't supposed to be a vacation. Alright, see you next time. See you. Okay. Kitchen as I consider. Should I cook something or... no, yep. Collapse to the floor. Let's go through this again. Woo. Next thing I saw was a blurry stone ceiling. I'm not gonna skip ahead, but I'm just gonna use the auto skip. Huh, an empty message. Let's check the next one. There was another long pause. I almost thought that something was wrong with the machine, but then I heard Ina's voice. Hey, Wolf, I'm not even sure why I'm calling about this, but it seemed like you wanted to hang out last time. So call me back if you feel like it. If you don't want to, then, well, whatever.
What was that all about?
Hey, it's me. Do you want to meet up again? I know you're busy, but the summer festival is coming up soon. I'm not saying we should go, but we certainly could if you want to. In any case, call me back when you hear this.
Yes! I have that achievement now. 2 messages. I'm gonna meet with Anna first and then Lorem second. That seems to be this seems to be. Guess she's here.
Oh no, she looks sad. Oh no. This is not good. This is not good at all. Okay. Hey, Anna. Hey. What's going on? You sounded pretty worried on the phone. Worried? If I was worried, it would mean I was afraid of something that might happen. But I'm way beyond that. I know exactly what's going to happen to me. It's over. It's all over.
What are you talking about?
First they came to my lab, and now they went to my home too.
Who did?
The police, they raided the place. They had a warrant and everything. I already know that they have all they need to convict me. I'm going to die in prison. Okay. Why? It's because of those tests I did on you.
You will die in prison because you looked at my fingernail under the microscope. I'm confused. Why don't you start from the beginning?
Alright. Ah, shit. Okay. This goes years back, and you already know half the story. Do I? I was a brilliant mind who had skipped years in school and was on the fast track through university, with an incredibly lucrative career in front of me. You wouldn't believe the offers I had based on all my accomplishments. I was still in school and already solving problems that no one had even touched before. I had so many awards lining my shelves that new ones just went straight to the trash. I didn't need them, I just enjoyed the challenge. Besides, I couldn't care less about what some old people thought about my work, as if I needed their approval. I was already more than any of them could have ever dreamed to be. And the next problem that I was going to tackle was an incurable disease. I started my research, but in an ironic twist of fate, I ended up contracting the very same disease myself.
I'm assuming this is cancer.
Whether someone had not been following health and safety protocols as well as they should have, or if I was just unlucky, I'll never know. But the reality was that I now had a disease that was treatable, but not curable. Despite having helped an incredible amount of people with my work, I was now the one who needed help. Yet there was no one who could help me. No one but myself. I was already planning on working on a cure anyway, and what better reason could there ever be than doing it to save myself?
I imagine, because I know we as humans in 2025, we are able to cure most cancers, I believe. We can put it into remission and hopefully it doesn't come back. But I do think we can treat just about every cancer. I think it's typically pancreatic cancer. I remember hearing once it's far enough along, it's really hard to treat. And basically it's just a death sentence. So watch out for that.
I told no one about my affliction and set out to do what many others had failed to do. Any materials I needed to start my work were easily acquired just by waving my status around. I had free reign over my own lab. I could have even gotten assistants if I wanted to, but I knew they would only be liabilities. I I even had a few good leads for ways to combat the disease, although the one that I had chose to pursue was not exactly legal. Not without prior approval by the council. My research was promising, though, and while I submitted the paperwork, I knew these things always moved slowly. Push through the various boards and committees could have taken months, if not years, depending on how generous they would be. I just couldn't afford to wait that long, as I was working against the clock. So while waiting for the paperwork to be approved, I had already started with my work. I fully expected them to approve it, eventually. How could they not, given that I was tackling an incurable disease? The method I was going to use was not necessarily a new one, but it was controversial. It didn't even cross my mind that anyone would object, seeing as it would cure thousands, if not millions of people. But I was younger then, and a little more naive than I am now. In the end, my whole project came crashing down in flames. The proposal I was sure would be approved was ultimately rejected, putting all the work I had already done into jeopardy. I had already made good progress at the time, too. After the rejection, there was going to be an inspection of my workplace in order to determine the progress I had made on my project, which they assumed had been within legal bounds and didn't include the controversial things outlined in the paperwork. Of course, that meeting was just going to be a pretense, because I knew there were already rumors going around about what really went on in my lab. In the end, I had very little warning. Thankfully, I managed to dispose of most of the egregious evidence before they arrived. They found proof of my wrongdoing, but since they didn't find evidence of how far I had already proceeded, I was able to deny most of their accusations. Using the controversial method when it hadn't been approved was still seen as a very grievous offense, however. I was charged and sentenced harshly, though the sentence was suspended due to their lack of evidence. With all I had done for them, they knew better than to take away my license, and I was able to continue work in other areas, under the condition that it was within a council-owned facility.
I see. So I assume that those tests on me were against whatever conditions they set for the suspended sentence.
Exactly.
Why didn't you just do things the proper way and wait for the paperwork to clear?
Before my paperwork would even go through, you'd be long gone. Using you as a test subject would have been a process that the council would have to discuss with humanity. As such, there might have been another trade agreement, and who knows what else. I just didn't have the time. Quite frankly, I don't even know how much longer I have left. This is my death sentence.
You thought my test results would help you find a cure.
And that's never going to happen now.
How did they find out?
Beans, yes.
We're talking, to the... She has... I believe it's cancer. And she was trying to find a way to cure it through controversial means. Unnamed controversial means. Also, she never specifically said cancer. But I think we find out that it's actually cancer in her good run, but I'm doing her bad ending. So, she's probably gonna get arrested, because of the controversial memes, because she didn't acquire the proper paperwork, and, yeah. Yippee. How did they find out so quickly? It's not been that long since I came to your lab.
It wasn't just those tests, there was Reza too.
But Reza told me he didn't give you any of his blood when you asked for it.
Because that's not what I got from him. This is my life we're talking about. Do you think I didn't spend hours on the ground in the hallway of the facility after Reza's first visit, trying to find a stray hair or anything else I could use? Or that when I gave him that first generator, that I didn't try to graze his skin, just enough so that I could salvage a few skin cells? How did they find out about all this?
It was Damien. Ah, fuck. My assistant. That piece of shit. He was blackmailing me.
Why?
Because he's jealous of me. Jealous of my success. He found out what I was doing with the stuff I could salvage from Reza. I didn't mind giving him what he wanted, though. I just wanted to live. When he died and the police searched his apartment, they found all the evidence he had on me. And now everything is coming down. I will be punished to the full extent of the law, and I will die in prison. My work will forever be tainted. Not that I'll care about that when I'm dead. Do you remember that childhood friend of mine I told you about? I never wanted to end up like her, but it seems not even I can do anything to escape that fate. Maybe I deserve it. Maybe it's my punishment. I have to die like she did, because I left her. I will spend my last days bedridden in a prison cell, and no one will visit or care. And you know what? With all that data I got from you, I might have actually found a cure. I don't want to cry in front of you. I don't want the attention or the pity. I don't want it. I didn't cry back when I was diagnosed, and I sure as hell am not gonna cry now.
Oh, okay, so I know about her cancer. I'm not gonna say anything, though. Because I'm going for her bad ending. I should have waited to look at the envelope during the good run-through.
I admit that I was selfish, yet I did great things. At least that's what everyone kept telling me. You know, after that whole affair back then, and the suspended sentence, the rumors about me never stopped. Did they warn you about me? Tell you to stay away? I'm sure they have. Why are you still here?
I didn't listen to them, I guess. Just like you.
Council, Damien, Remy, they were always sabotaging me. If everyone just left me alone, I wouldn't even need your help.
Beans.
Why couldn't everyone just leave me alone? When they gave me the manager position at the facility, that was just to distract me even more, giving me free reign over the lab so I'd be tempted to do something I shouldn't. How could I not at least try? One of their oh-so-important founding principles is how every individual is important. That's clearly not the case with me. At least, they never showed it was. Now I can see how different you are. You're the only one who came to me willingly and without any ulterior motives. Or did you?
You invited me. I just took that invitation.
Just to use you. And you still came back for more. You let me do all those tests on you. Sure, you complained like a pro, but you set it out for me.
I owed it to you.
You don't owe me anything anymore.
So what?
Maybe I won't have to die alone, after all.
I don't know if I'll be able to be there.
It doesn't matter. You've already done more than enough for me. I'll remember you when I die. Anyway, enough of that. I hope you don't mind me hanging out around here. My place still looks like the police raided it. Oh wait, that's exactly what happened.
Need help cleaning up.
No, I can pay someone to do it later. I just don't want to be there right now. Nice apartment you've got here, by the way. Not quite as fancy as mine, but this isn't bad either. I guess the council treats you nicely, huh?
Hey, it wasn't my decision. You're such a VIP, aren't you? It can't be that important if your apartment is nicer than this. Besides, after your rhetoric about being wild and all that when we went on our date, I assumed you were more the type of person who just lives in a hole in the ground.
That's not what I said. I told you I can appreciate all kinds of different experiences. I could survive in the wild if I wanted to, though. Don't you want to know what I did on my last vacation? I just started walking in a random direction. I spent a week in the wilderness before I came back.
That must have been an adventure. I wouldn't be able to do that without tools.
I could give you some tips if you'd like.
Not sure if I'll ever need them, or be able to use them, but I guess they could come in handy.
Actually, there's one tip that should take care of everything.
Let's hear it then.
Just be a dragon.
Damn. Shit, you right. Just be a dragon. Fuck everything else, just be a dragon. Just be a dragon. It's not that hard, just be a dragon, you know? That just solves all of your problems. Just be a dragon.
Then you've got everything you need and don't have to rely on tools and other stupid stuff.
Yeah, that's super helpful. How do you think I'm supposed to do that?
Not my problem.
Actually, can you tell me about your advances in genetic engineering? Maybe you could make it happen.
My personal ones?
I was speaking more of your society as a whole, but if you have a personal experience, that could also be interesting.
We could do so much if we wanted to. Cloning, genetic scrambling, or hybrids of our various different species. Hell, we could even create new species if we wanted to. But that's not going to happen anytime soon. Tampering with genetics is not allowed.
Why?
Our enlightened society does not see any value in it. Besides, you know about our creation myth, right?
The one about a human creating you?
Yeah, that one. It's the only one we have. Anyway, we are not tampering with the perfect image after which we were created.
Fuck that noise. Fuck that noise. No. And what would those be?
The belief that each species was molded for particular tasks or a particular role in our society.
Really?
And some of them aren't even wrong. It suggests certain species should go into certain jobs because of their naturally higher aptitude in those fields.
Can you give an example?
Well, let's just say that while everyone can join the police force, you'll never be the flyer on duty unless you belong to a species that can fly. That much is a given. I was talking more about if there was any sort of discrimination, for example. You could say so. These structures can get pretty rigid in places, especially where the council is concerned. They really like to employ the members of the various species in their traditional roles. Ironically enough, the perpetual nuisance, as Remy, was a revolutionary case where that didn't happen.
In what way?
Well, a council's aide, particularly one who works in the archives, is usually a member of a species with the more dexterous hands. You can't really expect a four-legged species to do that kind of job well. And he doesn't. It's really been a disaster, and he's basically become the laughingstock of the whole town.
Oh, that's sad.
When Remy initially got the position, there was a lot of controversy about the subject. Some liked it, some didn't. I thought that for Amara, politics was a popularity contest. Doing something controversial and divisive like that doesn't really fit that image. She wasn't like that in the beginning. It certainly caused people to remember her, though. And now that people know her, she's changed her attitude a bit. It was a good move because it kept her in the spotlight all the time, and she's using it to gain popularity now.
So she just likes the attention?
I don't know why she does it, and frankly, I don't care. You'd have to ask her yourself, but I doubt she'd tell you. I wouldn't expect honesty from someone like her. Politics always used to be
so messy back home. Oh. Different voice. Politics always used to be so messy back home. Scandals, arguments, lies, they were everywhere. We do get the occasional scandal from time to time, and of course there's always rumors. You can't really make people stop talking. In a way, I'm glad we don't have all that anymore.
Why not?
At some point, it just gets tiring. People get loud and argumentative, and those are supposed to be our leaders. Damn. What a comment on the current political state of things, even though this is a game that came out in, I want to say probably 2016, 2018.
That's not something people would like here. If you're a council member who wants to be popular, you don't engage in that kind of behavior.
That sounds like a nice change of pace.
Not necessarily, since it also leads to reluctant agreements and sweeping issues that should be talked about under the rug. You know what? That doesn't jive with me. They like to preserve this fantasy of peace and harmony in our society. For me, it's just so fake. People pretend to be something they aren't to conform, because they don't want to stand out. They become faceless puppets like drones or hives in a hive or cogs in a machine. What kind of world do we live in where speaking one's mind is seen as something bad? I never held back. Now see where that got me.
I bet some would argue that it would just be easier to conform then.
I could never do that, and besides, I don't want to. There's this thing called integrity, and if there's something that the society needs, that's it.
Now you're starting to sound like a politician.
If that's what your politicians sound like, then maybe they aren't so bad. Sometimes I just want to walk up to some of ours and shake them until they wake up and accept the truth.
What is the truth?
I'm a scientist. Truths are facts that are empirically verifiable by science and tests. After all, the tests I do in my job are to find out if assumptions are true or not.
I suppose if you asked different people, their definitions of truth would be very different.
What's truth to you, then?
I share your view.
There aren't nearly enough people like that around here. You do seem like talking about this kind. You do seem to like talking about this kind of stuff, though.
I'm not an ambassador for nothing, you know.
You're an ambassador so you can discuss the nature of truth with different cultures. You know, if you ask the wrong kind of person, these kinds of discussions could turn very ugly.
I'm certainly here to learn about what you're thinking and how your society works on a deeper level. Of course, I wouldn't just walk up to someone on the street and start talking.
Maybe you should be talking with someone in social studies then.
Not necessarily. Even if someone like that gave me their opinion, it's still important to hear the people's voices themselves.
Okay, anything else you want to know?
How much do you really like me?
That's not the kind of a question I was expecting.
You called me when things went down, and you say you don't really know anyone else.
So what?
Is it that hard to admit that you like someone?
You know me a little by now.
Stretch.
You know what I'm like. Whatever you're looking for. You know I'm not that kind of material.
Not even as a friend?
You want to use emotionally laden words to describe our relationship. We've met a few times, and that does it for you?
This isn't about me. Before anything happens to either of us, I just want to know.
You want me to tell you how I feel about you? Even if something happened between us, you know it's not made to last. You will go back to your own world, and I'll probably spend the next few years in prison.
You wouldn't like the commitment anyway, would you?
True, I wouldn't let something like that hold me back. People don't like me, and I don't like people. That's how it's always been.
Right now, though, I'd have to say that you're probably the person I hate the least. That's something, I guess. And I also can't deny that you have a certain exotic quality to you. Now you're talking. But enough about me. If you've put up with me for this long, it can't all just be your own unselfish kindness, can't it? I don't hate you too. I guess we feel the same way, then. You know, this might be our last opportunity to do something. Why not make it worth it? If you say so. Is that a yes? Yes. Well then. Okay. She strode forward, reaching out with a claw before she hooked it into the neckline of my shirt. What are you doing? Well, we have to take these off, don't we? Okay, well then. Not like that, you'll ruin them. I'll do it. Alright, so fussy. Another free day. Yay me! Where's Lorem? What? No! Why can't I do your... What? That's weird. Fuck. That's depressing. That is a little depressing. I'm gonna be honest. I do like I should be able to call you. Cause like if I don't call her, like what the fuck? Okay. I wanna be let me call Lorem! Fucking hell. Okay. Get some well-deserved rest. Okay. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Duty. Chapter 5, you'll get this card if you have seen at least one ending, can't achieve a good ending, can't achieve the worst ending, didn't qualify for the Enlightenment card. Okay. So it basically means fuck all. Adina's dead. What? What? How is she dead? What the fuck? How? What? This just gets sadder and sadder. Holy fuck. She's got cancer. I couldn't talk with him. She's dead. Fuck. No, why? What did she do? What happened? How did she die? Who shall I bring? I should have been able to do the 4th fucking date with Lorem. Why? Why? It must be her. Shit. Fuck. I need to do, like, I need to do Lorem's good ending, just so that, and Nadine's good ending. Like, at least those are, that's so depressing. Fuck. Hey, Wolf, looks like you're ready to go. I didn't think you'd want to go to a community event like this one. Anything can be fun with the right company. With that argument, we could just stay here. I haven't seen the fireworks in years. With all the crazy shit that's happened to me, let's see, oh, we about 4. It's happened to me recently. Maybe they'll be a reminder of better days. Better days? You don't usually talk about yourself like that. It's because I don't give a damn anymore. Who cares if you know that about me? Who cares if the entire town knows? I certainly don't. These days, I'm just trying to make the most of whatever is left. Alright, let's go then. Fuck. After a few minutes of walking, we arrived at a rather empty-looking area at the edge of town. So much for the whole town. Yeah, I'm not going to those places. I'm kind of a celebrity, you know. Really? For better or worse, people know about me. Of course they would, given my intellectual status. Or maybe you just don't want to be seen with me. No, that's not it. Actually, that could be quite fun. It would only be another reason for people to be jealous of me. Oh, I think it's starting. Okay. I think I have just a little bit. She better not bring a box. Better not? I think she better have brought a box. Especially after what we did last night. We waited quietly as the stillness of the night enveloped us. Soon I heard the sound of the first rockets making its way into the night sky, after which it exploded in a pattern of colors. But no, yeah, we bedded 2 dragons straight. Suddenly, a terrible realization hit me. Considering how public an event this was and how everyone would be watching the fireworks, now would be the best time for us to make his move. Not only was the village basically deserted, but the sounds of the fireworks would also overshadow any gunshots, giving him as much security as he ever would have needed. As the portal had been repaired by the mysterious person I had met, now was the perfect time for Rez to make his getaway. And I was the only one who knew. Anna, I think we need to go now. I'm rushing a little bit because some of these endings are a little samey. Really? The fireworks just started.
I know where Reza is. We need to stop him.
Speak for yourself. This isn't my responsibility.
This is much bigger than you. Are you going to help me or not?
Alright. Just for you. What do you want me to do? Fight him?
I'm not sure if that would be such a good idea. I want to try talking to him first.
If you can buy us some time, maybe I could get some help.
That would be perfect. He'll be at the portal. Let's go! Yeah, some bits of the end are a little bit samey between each of the endings so far. Maybe it's just for the bad endings. Maybe the good endings are a little, maybe the good endings have a little bit more to them, but I'm not entirely sure. I haven't seen any of them, so. I arrived at the portal just a few minutes later. I couldn't help but be glad that it was still turned off and didn't appear to have been used recently, but it meant Reza was still there somewhere. I looked around thinking about where he could be, then I saw something about it. I hesitated. I drawing. Sebastian's dead. We've seen this before. We've seen this 3 times before, I think. Reza was here very recently, but he hadn't used the portal yet.
just yet. Why? Sebastian's guard post was not just for the portal itself, but also the surrounding area. Since Reza was already here, he probably had some unfinished business very close by. The underground building. The administrator had told me of the prowess of the generators within. Reza probably fucking wanted them. He also didn't have to go far from the portal. All things considered, it would only be the option that made the most sense. I could have waited for Reza here, but in the end I decided it would be better to meet him underground. If there was going to be a confrontation, I was sure I would have a better advantage in a crowded space. Blah, 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 blah. When I entered the building, I was met by a long, illuminated hallway that was lined to doors on both sides. The lights were already on. Reza had to be very close. I wasn't surprised at the building still having electricity, since its generators were also powering the portal. Suddenly, one of the doors opened, and out came Reza carrying a large cardboard box. He spotted me, set it on the ground.
British, evil British. Ha ha ha. Wolf, you're here. You don't know how glad I am to see you. I've wanted to talk with you for so long. I even tried to contact you, but I couldn't. Tailing me the whole time. But talking can wait. No. No, what are you talking about? I'm not doing anything until you answer a few questions. What did you realize when you were in the past? I've known about it for a while. I only recently found out. Looking back, it seems so obvious. How could supposedly different independent something differently know? Creatures on Earth? Prehistoric fruits, plants, something technological level. Just need to look at the sky. Your PDAs. Meteorite. Are you done being condescending? I guess so. You killed the dragons, Reza. Why did you do it? Do you really need me to spell it out? I thought better of you. After I found out the truth about this place, generators, from belief I was... We've been through this ending quite a few times. But who cares? They got better. This is just one. We won't need any of the others. How could you do this? How could I do this? It's the same. That's the same. It's the same. That's the same. That's the same. Get your Ferrari stage. Let me do whatever you wish. I can't do that, Reza. I see how it is. They've told you need this generator to stop the comet, huh? And now you've become their lackey. Don't tell me you've been drinking up what they've been telling you. You know they have as much of a vested interest in this whole thing as humanity does. That I and you do, or at least used to. Do you think they wouldn't do the same thing if it was their families on the line instead of ours? Their entire world is on the line here. They live in perfect harmony. I don't care what happens to them at any cost. I think I know why. Got too used to all the comforts. Your weak, typical argument. Talk about fucking cliches. You feel like a cliche. Maybe just because I've seen you so many fucking times. Pettiness and the politics. How many people think died? Our city is the last bastion of civilization. Talk me down from... And then what? It's too late anyway. Because I expect you to join me. That's not going to happen. You call yourself an ambassador. Judge, jury, and executioner. Ah ha 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 ha. Why are you laughing about this? Because it's a joke. It must be. I'm the one with the gun, and you thought you could waltz in here and lecture me. Listening to you was fun and all, but the grown-ups must get back to it. Okay. Here we go. Here we go.
I mean, what are you going to do? You can't stop me now, anyway.
Maybe I can.
Suddenly, Maverick and Anna appeared next to me.
You planned this, didn't you, Wolf? Traitor! And to think I let you distract me with such a cheap trick, just because I thought there was still a shred of humanity within you.
He pulled out his gun, not sure which of us he should be aiming at.
Just let me go and I'll forget this thing ever happened.
You've got 6 bullets for 3 people. Do you think you can really do that, Reza? Do you think this is worth risking your life for?
I've been risking my life for this every day for the past 2 weeks. What did you do during that time? Sip champagne in your nice apartment? Besides, this generator and the whole building came from our time. They belong to humanity!
Suddenly, the administrator came out of the shadows in the hallway behind Reza.
No, they belong to me.
Confused, Reza spun around, aiming his gun at the...
Where does gun go? Oh, he put it down. Oh, okay. That was weird.
Aiming his gun at the newcomer who was just the...
Who the fuck are you? Freeze. I said freeze.
Want to waste your bullets on me? Feel free. You can't stop all of us.
If you say so.
Bullet 1. He pulled the trigger and the administrator fell to the ground with a thud, knocking her mask off. My first instinct was to run away, but as Maverick started charging, so did Anna and I. Maverick was fast, pouncing on Reza before he had the chance to aim at any of us. He was knocked to the ground, and Maverick embedded his teeth into the body before him. Reza was screaming. He aimed at Maverick's head and frantically pulled the trigger twice. One, two, 3. The jaws dislodged as Reza aimed his gun in my direction. Suddenly, Anna jumped out in front of me as the deafening bangs of several more shots rang out through the hallway. While I was unharmed, Anna was hit multiple times and fell to the ground. While I watched Reza's hand dive into his pocket for more ammo, Anna's harsh breathing filled my ears. Quickly, I dove behind the generator's box for cover and saw Anna opening her muzzle, spraying some liquid in Reza's direction. Reza looked at her in bewilderment before he suddenly burst into flames. You know, I'm starting to like this ending. I'm not sure why. Maybe something to do with catharsis, but, he suddenly burst into flames. He started flailing his arms around wildly, trying to put out the fire, but the flames didn't stop. He tried to get up, but failed as he fell once more and squirmed around the floor, shrieking in agony. A short time later, his body slumped as his cries stopped as he lay on the ground, motionless. I watched for a while as the flames continued burning the now lifeless body. I went over to Anna only to realize she was covered in blood from her bullet wounds. She was breathing heavily, but was still alive. This looks bad. I have to do something to stop the bleeding. Holy shit. This is a dark ending because of Anna's cancer. And also in part because I fucked up with Lorem. But this is a very cathartic ending. Fuck Reza.
Don't bother. Based on where he got me, I'll be gone soon.
Don't say that.
I've done autopsies before. I know how this goes. No one can help me now.
You jumped in front of me, Anna. Why? Why did you do it?
I only had a few months left to live. If I was lucky, that is. Anything past that wouldn't even be a life worth living. And you want to spend your last days strapped to a hospital bed, slowly wasting away until nothing is left but a mere shell. A shadow of your former self. They can prolong my life, but they can't save me. But by doing this, I could save you, so I did. I know you have it in you to achieve and succeed at what you set out to do, even if I couldn't. Even if they'd have me rot and die in prison rather than finding a cure for myself, and who knows how many others. Just make it count, Wolf. Before I could answer, her head slumped. She was dead. This is kinda less fucked up than Bryce's ending. In part because we don't end with that misunderstanding with Maverick. I looked around the room. The fire had stopped and it had become eerily quiet as I checked on the others. Yeah, Maverick's dead. Maverick's dead. Yep. I think this happened in one of the previous ones too. Oh god. Oh god. Ooh god. Oh fuck, that's gruesome. Oh god. Ugh. Wispy. When I confirmed that Maverick and Reza were dead, I was glad to discover that the administrator was still alive. I found a first aid kit on one of the rooms and used it to dress her wound. Oh god. Holy shit. After a bit of a rest, she was able to get up and we walked outside. What are you planning to do now? I don't know, Izumi. Okay, that's her name. I didn't remember her name. What do you think we should do? We have to stop the comet after all. So you remember my name. What else do you remember? Whoops. I know that we can stop the comet, but I also want to help humanity. I'd be just like Reza if I didn't try, you know. Just helping one world and disregarding the suffering of the other. That's why I was asking for your plan. Sending generators now would be out of the question, since we need all we can gather in order to stop the comet. That is correct. Unfortunately, I also know by the time we've stopped the comet, humanity will have given up on the portal and disconnected its power source, so we won't be able to help them afterwards. You remember well. The solution to this would be rather simple. We'd just need to let them know to wait a little longer while the dragons recover from expending all their power resources to stop the comet. We could just send them a letter. I'm afraid that won't be possible. And why is that? After what happened during some of our other attempts, I decided to delete the coordinates to humanity's portal when I repaired this one a few days ago. But the portal has always been able to locate other functional portals, right? We could re-establish a connection. Unfortunately, looking for other portals through time and space would be a significant energy expenditure, and we can't afford right now, not if we want to stop the comet. I reject this outcome. If there is no way to send them help, I will go back to the day of my arrival and try again. That's why you put those coordinates in after all. No, that's not your call to make. These coordinates were only to be used in emergencies, or if we failed. As far as I'm concerned, we did fail. Look at this world and what we have achieved under my guidance. You want to jeopardize this for a chance? Just a chance? To save your city as well? It's what I came here for, Reza too, but he's dead now, so I'm the only one they have left to fight for their survival. I can't just leave them now. As nice as it would be, a life here would be a life built on the suffering of others. I wouldn't be able to live with myself knowing that I could have helped them, but didn't because I took the easy way out. As far as I am concerned, this isn't over yet. You want to save those who sent Reza and his supporters? Is this really about humanity, or about Anna? She sacrificed herself for you, not for you to undo it all again. It is her sacrifice that makes it possible to save this world now. Is that not enough for you? No. I'm going. This argument... I kinda agree with Izumi, though. Like, I kinda find hers compelling. More compelling. If that is your final decision, you leave me no other choice. Oh. Suddenly, I saw her reaching for something in one of her pockets. When it parted to reveal Reza's gun, I quickly grabbed it and pointed it out of the way before Izumi pulled the trigger. In the ensuing scuffle, I managed to wrest it away from her and hit her in the face with its blood end. She collapsed in pain as blood started to run down her cheek where the impact had opened a gash. As she squirmed on the ground, I turned to her before I took my leave. Ah, fuck. You know what? For all Reza has done, you don't seem that different from him when it comes down to it. Goodbye. Yeah, I can kind of see that. I can kind of see that. As I made my way to the portal to return to the day of my arrival, I thought about what had just happened and what I would do now. If anything, Izumi's actions had only strengthened my resolve to make things right. Just right. After all, I had all the time in the world to try. I feel like we're going a little insane. Not gonna lie. That wasn't as fucked up as Bryce's ending. Bryce's ending definitely felt pretty fucked. Shit. Well, that should be Anna's bad ending. So, fuck. We betted 2 vocal for Roadcraft. Yeah. That sounds fun. Then we can have 3 people working at once. Is it gonna be around the same time? I think it's either, did we... Everybody has fancy stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. We'll see tomorrow. 4 p.m. Mountain. Okay, so that's 3 p.m. Pacific. Yeah. And I should be able to go much longer tomorrow as well. I've seen Anna's bad ending. 4 p.m. Yeah, okay. So, what's your flooding? I think this is Anna right here. This is Anna's. Okay, so that'll be about 3 p.m. my time, and I can also go much later. So if we want to go for like 4 hours, 5 hours, I should be perfectly fine to do so. Yeah. So I'll have no problems there. God. I am suddenly very beat. I should also eat something again. I'll probably be making food soon after this. So. Oh, God.
my body. Okay. I'm going to raid into Blue Zest. Blue Zest is currently doing a game called Easy Delivery Company. Easy Delivery Company, it looks like there's some driving in this game. Maybe? There are vehicles, and it has me intrigued. Come on, let me see part of the stream. It's all blacked out. Next fest. Oh, they're doing a bunch of demos. Oh, okay, so that's why. So I imagine they probably stopped the Easy Delivery Company demo. Which is on it. I actually kind of wanted to see that. Anyways, let's raid into them. This is the person who I raided into last time, actually, when I did Bryce's bad end. So, I need to give my throat a rest because it's unhappy. And I should see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be Roadcraft with Cume and apparently Vicroll. So, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Have a good evening as well.
She mostly drinks from the tub, though. But she stopped doing that.